late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
This is Dan Kaplis. Our firm has been blessed with record-setting success in truck crash cases, including what's believed to be the largest jury verdict in Colorado history in a trucking case, $26 million. And our success at trial has helped us achieve many large out-of-court settlements in trucking cases. We are a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need my help, call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We've got a gorgeous Friday ahead. Temperatures today are going to be about 15 degrees above average in the mid to low 60s. Plenty of sunshine, and the best part, that wind stays light.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House, and ABC's Karen Travers says their meeting takes place as the Trump administration pushes Ukraine to accept a ceasefire with Russia.
Zelensky is pushing the Trump administration to commit to security guarantees for his country to prevent Russia from threatening it again. But President Trump has said it is not the responsibility of the U.S., and European nations should handle peacekeeping efforts in Ukraine after the war. The two leaders are expected to sign an agreement related to Ukraine's mineral resources.
Today, the White House says President Trump will designate English the official language of the United States and rescind a Clinton-era order that required federal funding recipients to provide language services for non-English speakers. Commerce Department data showed personal incomes rose in January, but Americans cut their spending by 0.2 of a percentage point, and 22 more measles cases in Texas, now in 9 counties. This is ABC News. The mystery around the deaths of Gene Hackman and his wife at their Santa Fe area home continues. Authorities say both appeared to have been dead with their dog for some time before they were found on Wednesday. ABC's Alex Stone has more.
Getting firm answers in Gene Hackman and Betsy Arakawa's deaths will likely mean waiting on toxicology test results, and those can take months, sometimes 3 months or longer. But those tests will answer if there were drugs in their bodies or carbon monoxide in their bloodstream. Until then, there can be theories, with carbon monoxide poisoning being one. The sheriff says nothing is indicating foul play.
Microsoft is hanging up Skype for the last time. The pioneering peer-to-peer video calling system, launched in Estonia, revolutionized communications. It was bought by Microsoft in 2011, but with Microsoft's Teams product becoming more popular, along with offerings from other companies, there's no more need for Skype. It'll end May 5th. Brian Clark, ABC News.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on. And know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado government workers returning to the office from working at home could stimulate the state's economy.
The Common Sense Institute says that boost could be significant at $7.6 billion. It could also create close to 50,000 jobs across several industries, including retail, hospitality, and construction. According to the study, more than 70,000 state and local government employees work fully remote in Colorado. Close to 16% of Colorado's entire workforce works from home, the highest number in the country.
Reporter Keenan Dixon. The Colorado Department of Health said
Goodyear GBMS, Goodyear Business Management System. So you would pick out whatever the warranty company is, or like PH&H or whatever fleet service it was. And then it would walk you through everything you needed, and then it would send it over to them, and then they'd send back questions and back and forth.
But guaranteed, a transmission will never be approved without an inspector.
Yeah, it's $6,000. I think anything over probably what, 1,500, maybe even less.
Depends on the company and the relationship.
What I don't understand is why Dimitri thinks the guy's a good guy.
That's not what I said. I said I'd like to review the rest of the documentation.
He was like, look, this guy's golden. I'm dropping my car over there.
I'm picking it up from Kevin's and taking it.
I'm grabbing it from Sheridan and bringing it over
I'm
there.
taking it straight over there.
Whatever this guy's name is. All right. I am probably stepping out a little early on you guys.
Hello?
As long as Tom's good.
Hi, Mark. It's Kelly.
Hey.
How are you?
We'll handle it without him. We don't need one.
How's everything?
Friday.
Everybody all right?
So you want to talk about mold? Oh, right. That's super sexy. I like it.
Who?
All right.
Nichols?
I
Oh,
am
what does it say?
put
Also,
you on
don't be
hold,
tempted
and he'll be with you on the next break. Okay?
Work right away, you'll regret it. The reason why the other hire shops are busy and he's...
Sorry?
That makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Pay attention to the one-star reviews. All of them are consistent with my horrible experience. They attempted to fix my car twice, broke down twice afterwards. Do not honor warranty on parts, massively overcharged. Wonderful. This is all within the last couple months. Overpriced, dishonest, unprofessional, incompetent, paid 50% more than even the dealership price.
Jesus. And this is the guy that Dimitri likes.
Avoid this scam shop. value your time.
And these are all the new ones.
These are all within a month.
Are these on Google?
Google, yeah.
Oh my
James
God.
attempted to repair twice, broke each time, leaving us stranded. He yelled and hung up on us when we asked about a warranty for the failed repair.
He yelled at us and hung up.
So the only failure was electronic.
You got the camera up and running?
For a machine called Mechatronics unit. Do you know what that is? Mechatron. So inside the transmission, the only failure was for a thing called Mechatronics unit.
It's a valve body or something.
Oh, that's the valve body. So replacing that with Mechatronic.
Mark, do you have the camera up?
Build it though, wouldn't you usually?
If you're in it. Yeah.
Hello.
What did he do? Just
Hello.
that? Right. Well, if he did just that, I can't imagine it's $6,000.
Camera's not up.
We'll get it on.
He says he told them. That's a letter from the warranty company.
Welcome to the show,
Hey,
Mr.
I'm Tom
Martino.
Martino. Welcome. I'm here.
We know you're here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, why isn't your camera up and running?
I don't know. I'll go eyeball it in a second. It should be. Maybe. Are you sure you don't see it?
No, I don't see it. But anyway, if I'm talking to those who are streaming, they don't see the camera.
It's
but,
not on YouTube.
Well, I'm on YouTube, just not they're not on YouTube. And welcome to the show, by the way, everyone. Mark, what were you going to say? It's car day. Keep going, brother.
Well, that's it. It's car day. We got Kevin Calkins sitting here. We've got an update with Dimitri. Boy, did you miss a doozy yesterday. Somebody's trying to hoodwink a caller. It's a crazy story. When you want to get into it, let us know, and I can recap it. But
let's see. Let's see what we got on tap here. It's car day. We're going to take calls on cars or anything else, but we emphasize cars. I found out some interesting things about cars, man. I've been doing a lot of research on different things, and God, there's just so much. People are rushing, I've noticed, to the EV market. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing, but everyone is trying to get in on the EV market. And I'm wondering, how fast is our EVs going to take over in general? But I think that's a good topic. And I think that I also want to examine how people can get ripped royally with leasing, but how they can be excellent. And then I want to talk about mechanically some things we're talking about with hybrids. Should we all go hybrid instead? Is that really a safe option? There's all kinds of stuff. So, Mark, what is this problem? Let's start with it.
Well, here's the bottom line. Dimitri, get on there, too, because you're really the guy working on this. The caller's name was what?
Chelsea.
So Chelsea called up. She bought a car from Mile High Auto Sales.
A 2015 Chevy Suburban.
Yeah, so 160 miles later, the dash lights up like a Christmas tree and something's going on with the transmission. She ends up at this repair shop. She had a warranty on this car, by the way.
A 3-month warranty.
Yeah, with 4,000 miles. So it's basically, hey, it's not a really bad car because they back it with that. So they have a 3-month, 4,000-mile warranty on the car. She brings it over to a shop, and the shop is called
Nichols, up there around 50th and Kipling.
Yeah, Nichols Auto, what is it? Nichols Auto Repair, I believe. We'll get the exact stuff up. So Nichols takes it in and basically says it needs a transmission. She gives the warranty information to him. He calls up the warranty company, and this is according to him the first time. In fact, can we pull that up, Shannon? Do you still have that there, or is that dragging back there? I'm not sure which one.
By the way, I do have your camera up, so keep going. Your camera is up. Go ahead.
Cool. And I'm going to try to get that audio pulled up for you, but here's the bottom line. The guy tells us right on the air, after we get him on the air, he tells us he called up and got approval, although he didn't get an approval number from the warranty company and fixed it, and the warranty company doesn't want to pay him, so now she owes $6,000. The problem with that is she never authorized a repair, period, end of story. She just gave them the warranty information.
But what about, so why he went ahead and did it without getting approval for the warranty?
Yeah, and now the warranty company is saying there's no way. It's $6,000. We come out, we send an adjuster out, we look at it and make sure it's everything you're talking about. They're basically saying you blew it. It's too late. We would have covered it, but this guy didn't do what he was supposed to do.
He didn't go through the process. So I want to find out where it stands. One quick note. Kachina, I really appreciate it. You got the camera up. Just do me a favor, though, Kelly. Just move it over to where Dimitri's back is to the right side. Just make it centered in the frame. You don't have to. When you look at YouTube, there is a lag when you try to set the camera, and you're not getting an accurate picture of that. So just look at the viewfinder. Okay. So Dimitri, what's new on it?
Well, yesterday after the show, I came into possession of a few really important documents. The most important of which is a letter from the warranty company to Chelsea in which they deny her claim.
Did they deny it? You mean because of how it went down?
Yeah, what's important about is the timeline of these events. Chelsea had the car delivered to Nichols on the 13th of January. And now...
Go ahead.
Oh, and then I'm switching over to the letter that the warranty company sent to the caller. On January 20th, according to the warranty company, Nichols Auto Repair opened a mechanical claim on behalf of Chelsea's car.
Got it.
The representative from the warranty company told Nichols that they need to get freeze frame data for when the transmission codes were set. And that sounds pretty reasonable. Nichols said that they'll attempt to get that data for the warranty company. And then the letter skips over to January 22nd, in which they say that Nichols Auto Repair called the warranty company and said that there was no freeze frame data available and that the vehicle had already been repaired. And based on the fact that the warranty company wasn't able to examine the car before the repairs were effected, they're denying the claim.
Okay, well,
so
that sounds weird. Either she had a problem or not.
No, I think in my opinion, this guy's a total deadbeat, and he didn't do anything right. Now he's holding her car hostage. And this poor woman just bought the car, and he screwed up every possible way there is to screw up. I had Kevin and Jeff both on, and as you know, I owned Goodyear's forever and dealt with this stuff. Not one time would we ever do a repair without having an approval number so you can get paid. The guy's a moron.
So the fact that let's be clear here. If she took her car in there, I guarantee you somewhere there's an invoice that says she's responsible. I'm glad you brought that up.
Go ahead. Because in addition to the documentation I got from the warranty company, I also have a work order from Nichols Auto Repair. And Chelsea had confirmed that she actually signed it. Now, under the scope of work, all it says is transmission rebuild, which is pretty broad. And that
but dealer
Chelsea
center there, right?
What's that?
Dealer center there.
No, she told me that Chelsea took her car. The dealer said that the transmission has a problem.
No, here's what I want to know. Who chose the repair shop?
She did. She wanted to go specifically to Nichols because she's been dealing with them for several years, and she's had positive experiences there in the past.
Well, okay.
So she told me that she wanted them to complete the repairs. Unfortunately, Chelsea also has what I think is going to be a problem because the work order actually specifies transmission rebuild, nothing about diagnostics. It doesn't mention anything about an extended warranty.
So let me get this straight. When she took it to Nichols, Nichols simply had her sign an invoice and did the repair. It's that simple. It comes right.
It's not an invoice. It's a work order.
Okay, but she.
But listen, it's a work order.
But she signed a work order, and now they want to be paid for the work. And there was nowhere mentioned.
Now listen to this.
Go ahead.
So listen to this. So there are 3 boxes that she checked off, which I don't think she should have. One of those boxes says, I do not request a written estimate. Okay? The second box says that repair approval, verbal. Okay? Even though she had the option of checking written. And the third and final box, which doesn't really help her, regarding the old parts, says, I do not request the return of my old parts.
Okay, but here's what's even more important. Okay, here's what's even more important. Does anywhere on that work order, does it mention a warranty?
No, there's
then why
no
does
mention.
Mark feel by them not checking with the warranty they did something
Because
wrong?
he came on the freaking air and admitted it was that way. That's why, Tom. He was on the air and we have the recording of it. He said he was dealing with the warranty company. They gave him approval. Then all of a sudden they decided not to pay him, which is all complete BS.
So
because these warranty companies give approval numbers.
Nichols literally lied, saying that he called the warranty company and they approved it.
Well, I prefer to think of that as a inaccurate statement, not currently
Thank you,
supported
Mr.
by the
Biden.
evidence in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Biden. Okay, so, or Hunter. So basically,
When Dragon comes in, we'll find the audio so you can hear it. I mean, it's the most damning thing I've heard. But then the guy calls back.
He should have just said, I have a work order here. She took it in for a transmission rebuild, period. He didn't have to say a word. And because nothing references the warranty except him on the radio show. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
The only reference to a warranty is what he said on the radio show. So basically, right now, he has a car he wants to be paid for. And you guys are saying, and I'm not disagreeing, I'm trying to get the facts. You guys are saying he shouldn't be paid because he should have waited for approval on the warranty. But yet nothing on the work order says that.
I'm saying in my opinion, he's a liar. That's what I'm saying.
No. If he
and
lied,
the other thing that's
Mark, if he lied, I get it.
Yeah.
But I get it. But if he truly did rebuild the transmission now, and he did not get approval
we don't know what the hell he did. We don't know what he did. He said he was dealing with the warranty company.
Can we get him back on?
He
I'd
either
like
wasn't.
to talk to him. Right now,
Yeah,
what is he
won't
saying?
come back on.
Did he rebuild their? Why did you blast him?
No, I didn't blast him at all. I thought Dimitri was going to get somewhere on this, meaning this guy was going to come around.
How
But I
much
don't
does
think
he
he's
want
going to
right
do
now,
anything.
Dimitri? How much does he want right
$6,000,
now?
and this woman has nothing.
How much does he want right now?
$6,000.
Okay.
Let's get her back on.
I already sent her both an email and a text message asking her to call in right now if she has time. And Tom, I think that it's important for me to actually update you on the second conversation.
Yeah, you can
had
when we
with
come back. I'm Tom
Nichols.
Martino. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net. The best water systems, the lowest prices ever. That's 303-862-5554. Whole house systems now $31.95. You can't touch with a plumber for $15,000. Waterpros.net.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis.
I don't have
here.
any copy
It's a new
for
year. It's time
tell
to
me
work
what I
on a
talked
new
to
year.
with Mark.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50.
Oh, talking mold with Szymanski.
True treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado.
You good on Szymanski?
We have you covered.
I don't know what he wants to talk about. I have no idea. Not one copy point. Nothing. Zero. Zip.
If you're looking for quality,
all right, we'll circle back.
Crazy deals, think Plumbline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumbline's leadership
Thank you,
and
Mark.
excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock,
I would move it over just a little more to the
Plumbline
right.
and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
I would panic
Service
just
at home,
on
servants at heart. 25 years strong. Plumbline Services.
All right, let me know when you're good with Szymanski.
I don't have any copy.
Is the
I don't
place
have
for
anything. It says
talented
see below.
teachers,
I'm seeing
savvy
nothing.
software developers, and master
I see
mixologists.
nothing.
ZipRecruiter is the place.
Understood.
These people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles,
fucking
ZipRecruiter
3
is
words
the
would do
place
it for
to
me.
go. Try it for free at
3 fucking words.
That's ZipRecruiter.
Understood.
/free.
I'll just take
Never
him.
miss out
Just
on
bring
great
him on.
candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Man, I am
Got it.
out the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hand.
Come out of Logan here.
Because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away,
Tell
Troy
Kelly
will
she has to
buy
hit
your
return
house
for that to
for
go in
all
there.
cash, and he can close in 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with
Here you go.
Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Marc Szymanski is with Genesis Total Exteriors. I've known him for many, many years. I've used him. I've referred him to people. And really, he does all kinds of home improvements outside and inside. Complete solutions. Bathrooms, kitchens, basements. He also does painting. He does everything on the outside of the house, window siding, doors. And you also do mold stuff, mold detection and remediation. And the reason I like to talk about this once in a while with you, Mark, is because I believe there are a lot of exaggerators out there and a lot of people that don't do it right and a lot of people who don't take it seriously. Can you go ahead and talk about your mold mediation or, detection and remediation?
Yeah, Tom. So, here we are entering spring. We have the most moisture in our air this time of year. And this is when people start to see the possibility of molding, especially if you're buying a house now. It's a great idea to have the house inspected and tested before purchasing it. Because a lot of times insurance will not cover it, or if they do cover it, it's such a fraction of the true cost of mold remediation. So it's a great idea. Give us a call. We charge $3.99 for 3 samples in your house, and then you'll know if your house is clear of mold or not, especially before or not. We're also seeing a lot of mold in attic spaces right now. Ventilation in roofs is so important that people don't realize, and that's where mold can get started. So it's a really
Mark,
good idea to have these things inspected.
And what's really good about you guys, you don't take the approach that the entire house has to be destroyed. You have many solutions.
You bet. And there's so many products out there right now, too. The biggest thing is obviously you got to get rid of the mold, and then you got to seal it up so it doesn't come back. And we only take care of the areas that really needed to have done.
Okay, and that's Genesis Total Exteriors.com. I've known him for many, many years. And as I said, in an industry where trust is waning, you don't have to worry about Genesis. 303-679-8509, 679-8509.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
We've got a gorgeous Friday ahead. Temperatures there can go 15 degrees above average in the mid to low 60s. Plenty of sun.
The most mimosas.
Stays light.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of, for our money, the best gas station and convenience store in the world, Buc-ee's.
I believe
you won't
that
want
guy
to
will
miss
come
the
on and
next
talk to
episode
me.
of Our American Stories.
I'll call him. Call him off the air. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. Okay, so listen, we were talking about this one car problem. She bought a 2015 Chevy Suburban. She had some transmission problems. It was under a 3-month warranty. It was under the warranty. She took it to her person, somebody she trusted, Nichols. She signed a work order, and then he rebuilt the transmission, wants $6,000. So they ask him on the air, why'd you do this? You should get approval from her warranty company. Now, the work order doesn't mention the warranty. Nothing mentions the warranty in writing, but he acknowledged on the phone, according to all my guys, that he said, yeah, I called the warranty company and they approved the repair, and then they decided not to cover it. And Mark, you're saying that we talked to the warranty company and they never approved it. Is that right?
We didn't talk to the warranty company. I got the denial letter from the warranty company.
And when
he did not. The guy we're talking.
How do we know he didn't talk to the warranty company? That's all I'm asking.
Actually, he did talk to the warranty company twice. The first time he called them, he opened this claim, and the warranty company said that they require certain diagnostic data in order to consider the claim.
Okay.
Approximately 2 days later, he called them to say, this is according to the warranty company, they said that Nichols called them a couple of days later,
said it was
fixed. The diagnostic, well, no, two things that are very important. The diagnostic data that the warranty company had requested is not available, and the second thing was, by the way, I already fixed the thing anyway.
Right. And that's what the warranty company told you.
That's what the warranty company said in a letter. And they denied the claim, and they highlighted the part of the warranty contract that says they need to have the opportunity to inspect.
Okay, so the warranty
car
company
prior
said
to any repairs.
warranty company said Nichols called and it was supposed to get them diagnostics. Instead, he fixed the whole thing.
His name's not Nichols, by the way.
What's
That's
his name?
the name of the business. His name is James. James at Nichols Repair.
Okay. Okay, wow. That sounds like he's got a problem. He went ahead and fixed it anyway. And I know why he did. He did because he thought, look, I got this car in my house here. I'm not going to screw around with it. She signed the work order. I'm going to fix it. If she doesn't get paid, screw her. I mean, that's what's going through his mind. So now where are we at with this? What are we going to do about it? How are we going to solve the problem?
And he acknowledged, and listen to this, he acknowledged all this yesterday on the air.
On the air, he claimed that he got verbal approval from the warranty company. And then off the air, he called me about an hour after that. And James said, hey, I was nervous. I was on the radio. I misspoke. What I meant to say is that I called the warranty company to simply ask them, is this the type of repair that you cover? And they said yes. And that is, I think, substantially different from what he initially told us. And in my personal view, the second statement was crafted specifically for the response to our inquiries,
but
whereas the first one was spontaneous.
Here's the entire question I want everyone to weigh in on. Here's the question, when we boil it all down. Did he violate that work order?
No. The work order says rebuild the transmission.
No, I disagree. He still has to provide an estimate of the cost and the time involved and everything else. He can't just...
She waived it.
No, she waived a written estimate. She didn't waive the estimate.
Okay.
Agreed to a verbal
She
one.
agreed to a verbal
did he
estimate,
give her
which
a
he
verbal
never
one?
provided.
Did he give her a verbal
No.
one? And does he claim he gave her a verbal one?
That I don't
And
know.
by the way, Kevin,
Chelsea's
you know this as well. With a verbal estimate, even with a verbal estimate, you have to write down the time, the date.
Hold on. We have her on. We have her on right now. Chelsea, have you been listening to this conversation?
Just for about 2 minutes.
Let's go back to this.
Chelsea,
Did
I
you
got a couple
verbally
things to
approve
ask
to
you.
him?
I got a couple things to ask you, Chelsea. When you took the car in, he's presented you with a work order, and you signed it. Did you tell him about your warranty?
Yes, we talked.
And did you give him the number? Did you give him the number to call and all that?
Showed him on my phone.
Right. Did you give him the number to call so he could call the warranty company? Okay. And then where it said that you waived your right to a written estimate, but you would get a phone or a verbal estimate? Did you ever get a verbal estimate?
No, I never got anything until the warranty company called me and told me they weren't going to cover it because the work was already completed.
And so the work was already completed, and he had never given you an estimate ever.
No.
Okay. Now here's what I want to ask you. Another simple question. Had he given you the estimate and said, Chelsea, it's going to be $6,000, whether your warranty pays or not, what would you have said?
Oh, don't do it. I'm going to go talk to the dealership that I got it from.
All right. What does the dealer say now about this whole thing? Do they feel any responsibility or no? Or they say, no, we can't help it. You took it to your own guy, right?
Yeah, basically.
So the question is, did he violate that contract, and what does that cost? How much would you have paid for that transmission? Nothing? What let me ask you. I mean, your warranty wouldn't have paid 100% for it anyway. I doubt. I mean, I don't know how much were you expecting? How much were you expecting? How much were you expecting to pay out of pocket for this transmission?
I honestly didn't know, but I figured I would have to pay somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000.
Okay. And did you, by the way, have this checked out before you bought it?
That's why I paid him $1,000.
Oh wait, you already paid?
The guy called up and
you already paid Nichols $1,000?
Listen to this. Explain why you paid him the $1,000, Chelsea. Tell him about the phone call from the guy, because he was going to wait for what? He needed money before what?
Before he could make payroll. He said his payroll was due and he had to pay his guys that worked on my car.
Okay. I mean, it could be his payroll, could be braces for the kids. I don't care why he needed it. He needed money, but...
he needed it. Okay.
Yeah.
Mark, it doesn't matter why he needed it. The question is...
And I figured I would have to pay, so I
know, but now we got a car sitting there and you can't afford to get it back.
What she said yesterday, though, Tom, was this. He needed that $1,000, then he was going to give it back to her, right, Chelsea, after he got paid by the warranty company?
Yeah, probably. It probably was for teardown.
If there was a difference.
There was probably teardown or something. Look, it doesn't matter what. The main question is this. Does she owe him anything? Should he just let her have it free because he didn't follow proper procedure? I don't know. What is the answer to this? I mean, here's the biggest overlying principle. And that is quantum merit. Quantum merit means she got value on her car. Now, he went through the wrong procedure. Does she owe anything? She can't afford it. He lied. He said, well, I got approval. He said he got approval. Then he went back and said to Dimitri, well, I didn't really get approval. They just said this is something they cover. What do we do now? What is he? Chelsea, when's the last time you talked to this guy, James, over at Nichols?
I believe I talked to him last week.
That was the last time?
At some point. I think it was right before. Yes.
Is he paying you storage? Pretty soon he's going to charge you storage, and you're going to lose your car. He's going to put a lien on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to know this. Is your car paid for?
Exactly, yeah. Yes, it's paid for.
How much did you pay for it?
The total was, with the taxes, was $14,500.
Okay. Guys, did you analyze that deal? I didn't even think about it. But anyway, 14, I don't know.
No, because that was beyond the scope of her call. But I do have an equitable solution in mind.
Go ahead.
Which is if Chelsea can figure out what her share of the repair would have been had the repair been covered by the warranty company, then Nichols should accept that as full payment for the service. Because it's not Chelsea's fault that Nichols apparently jumped the gun.
It's not his fault. I mean, her fault. But here's what I want to know, though. Did Nichols really do the work? If he's going to lie, did he really do the work? And
that's what he says.
Okay.
He says the work has been done and the car is ready to go.
Did you see the invoice? I'd like to see the invoice. Let Kevin go over it.
There is no invoice. The only documentation that was signed over there was the work order, and Chelsea confirmed with me earlier this morning that she never got a written invoice. It was a verbal amount due when she spoke
just so you know,
with Nichols.
Dimitri, a work order turns into an invoice sometimes. Sometimes it depends on how they do it. Sometimes there's an estimate.
Sure, if they could.
Sometimes there's an estimate, then it becomes a work order, then it becomes a final invoice. Sometimes they do separate docs. I mean, Kevin, how do you do it?
Agreed, 100%.
How do you do it, Kevin?
Yeah, our estimates convert into invoices,
yeah, that's what I thought.
They follow the same number,
exactly.
Sure.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to call over there and see if we can get them on again. I mean, why not? Why not? 303-713-8255. Is Mark going to do this?
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan the afternoon, 630 KHOW, Denver.
Or not.
traffic.
This report, American
I
Stories.
can't hear what the fuck you're
We're still
saying.
in pretty good shape, seeing some improvement.
I'm asking you if he's going to do it.
That's clear. It is a little slow as you head up Mount Vernon Canyon and then coming down Floyd Hill.
Yes, he can.
Thank
It's
you
gonna be
so
slow
much,
over towards
Shannon.
Central City
You
Parkway.
son of a bitch. You
Right now,
got,
southbound
I don't know, you got
45
vim and
downtown,
vinegar
little sluggish,
today.
270, both directions there out of.
I didn't do too bad. I just had a cracker.
I just don't know what the hell's going on
I ate a
with you.
cracker right when you went to.
I don't know what's going on with you
The
today,
host
brother.
of Our American Stories.
How much time
No,
do I
it's not
have
that
since
bad.
he's doing that?
You don't have much time left. We all know it. So get out.
Okay. Thank you.
Bucky's. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Almost 30 pounds in 9 weeks. That's what I've lost with Denver Regen. You know, they have these new weight loss drugs for less than $300 a month. That includes the doctor's visits, which is incredible. It also includes all the medication, and it tells you how to take them. It's unbelievable. And what I love about the medication, you ready for this? You don't feel hungry anymore, and you don't think of food. The food noise is gone. Under $300 only at denverregen.com. Hey, Shannon.
Yeah.
Shannon.
How may I help you?
Can you cut that one out? Because if I split early, use that for my live.
Done. Have you already left?
I am already leaving. I got to get back into my zen, man. This Rick W. really pissed me off.
Who's Rick W?
I don't know, some asshole. Who apparently didn't listen to the half-hour phone call yesterday. But then he's got a big mouth. Not anymore.
Oh, is it somebody on the YouTube?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Don't hang up.
Let me
Don't
see.
hang up on me. All right. Here's the deal.
Kelly's trying to get him.
And you initially went on in the first place.
I don't smell anything. Is that vodka, do you think?
I absolutely did. I absolutely did. I absolutely did. No, don't do that.
Uh-oh. She's trying.
Because we want to help you. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Get him, Kelly.
He did not call you a moron.
I did call him a moron. My God.
James, hold on.
You called me a moron. I still like you.
There's not many people I haven't called a moron.
Listen. I know you're running a business. I understand. that.
Barely.
I know you have customers. But
Give me
I want
payroll.
to help you in order to grow your business. And this is... Okay. Understood. I need you to just hold on.
She's
Be calm.
trying.
This is what I have to say to you.
Uh-oh.
You have an opportunity here that not many people.
Tell him you talked to Mark yesterday. Tom wants to talk to you.
What's that?
Hold on.
You have never talked to Tom Martino.
Oh, God.
He's actually the person on the show. He's the host.
He's a human
Not that
prostate
Mark
exam.
is different.
Who? Me?
She's trying. Boy, is she trying. I got to give it to her.
You better wash it off after you do.
Oh, God almighty.
You got to turn that monitor down. All we hear is the monitor.
You talking about me? I'm sorry, that's me.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Don't be sorry, Tom.
I had the monitor up way high.
But why? Why won't you go on air? Because we're giving
So who's
like
going to do the
awesome
economic blackout today? I'm going to buy more than I ever could.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm going to take advantage of the slow spot and go shop some more.
What is it? I don't even know what we're
supposed
talking
to have a 24-hour blackout to protest capitalism and billionaires.
Yeah.
By who?
I
Everybody.
can't stand billionaires. I want to be one of them so I can beat them up.
I'm gonna go buy something.
I'm going to buy a beer.
I'm gonna go buy something.
I might buy a new Tesla today just to piss everybody off.
Mark,
I bet if I
can you
bought
put an
ammo,
you
it'd
can't
help.
even put an order in, can you, for it yet?
No, because they'll give you a 24, a new 24.
You know, I am Well, no, for the S you mean. You can't put in, okay. But the X is going to be the same, you said, right?
From everything I'm reading, someone on YouTube said they're going to revamp the X this year too, meaning 2025, but I think it's 2026. The S is this fall. I think the X is next year.
I'm really looking at that electric G-Wagon.
Oh,
I know
here we go.
And no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today. 970-684-4256. 970-684-4256.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. It is car day today. We will get around to it sometime. But, we are talking about cars. I shouldn't say that. We are, but I meant about other things about cars as well. Jay, what is your comment on this? Jay is one of our listeners who knows a lot about cars, calls in from time to time. What's your comment on this transmission issue? She goes in there, signs a work order. The guy said he called the warranty company. He did the work. He wants $6,000. Warranty won't pay.
What she should do first, I think what she needs to do first is look up the Automobile Repair Act, because it's got tons of consumer protection in it, or get a lawyer.
And we pretty much know it, Jay. So do you. So does Kevin. It says that when you bring a car in, you can waive your right to a written estimate, but you still have to get an estimate. It has to be, and if it's verbal, they have to keep a meticulous recording of when that was done. And then without the estimate, they can't go over a certain amount unless it is for tear down and reassembly, which they have to disclose up front. All of that. Kevin, I don't see any violation. I do see a violation if he did not give her an estimate, right?
Oh, absolutely. That's the biggest issue.
Let's just go back to he literally came on the air and said he got approval to do it through somebody else.
I get it. He came on the air and said, I talked to the warranty company, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead, Jay. What were you going to say?
Did she waive her right to the old parts? You have to keep the parts.
Yes.
She did.
Yes.
Well, for the rest of the public, that's the dumbest thing you can ever do. Don't do it, folks.
If you waive your right to the parts, what happens to exchange parts?
Hold on.
Core parts.
Hold
happens
on
to cores?
Second. I want to lock Jay in. Let me ask Chelsea something real quick. Chelsea, did you actually check those boxes that say you waive your right to the old parts, or were they already checked? Not that it matters, but did you literally check them or what?
I don't think so. All I did, from what I remember, all I did was sign.
That's what I figured. I think it's all pre-check crap. Or he went back and checked them later, to be quite honest, because I don't trust the guy as far as I can throw him.
If she does her homework, she might be able to get him pretty good on this one. But if everything was done kind of wrong, he should certainly cut her a break and take payments, period.
Yeah. Look, if she needs it anyway, right? If she needs it, she said I would have talked to the dealer.
She does.
But if she does need the transmission, and she has it now, it doesn't matter. It's not going to do any good technicalities. She's going to ultimately need it anyway. She would have had to pay Kevin or somebody. So what's the big deal?
No, but if he did his job right, the warranty company probably would have covered the whole damn thing.
Okay, I never thought of that one, Mark.
I think he owes her quite a bit. He ought to help her out a lot. He really needs to help her. And if she doesn't have that kind of money, he needs to make payments. He's screwed the pooch here. He might want to just be a nice guy and make a good name for himself instead of a really, really bad one.
He did screw the pooch, as you put it, didn't he?
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he could be on the hook for 3 times damages, too.
What is that?
Not just the
Explain that,
$5,000.
Kev. Explain that, Kevin.
In the Colorado Repair Act, if she's successful in pursuing it through the state, he's liable for 3 times damages.
You know what?
And
Actually, you're right. We shouldn't gloss over the fact that he did not give her an estimate.
No, that's a big key to that whole act.
And he admits that in a way he admits it on the air because he's giving the estimate and getting the approval from somebody else. He's the one that says that. He never talked to her.
Okay, so if she never got an estimate, you know what? Here's the deal. I believe that we should go a step further now and press him on the Auto Repair Act. And in fact, I think she should sue him in small claims court for the small. But
well, here's the problem with that. I thought of that yesterday. She hasn't paid for the car yet. What is she suing for? The car? The car's value is over that. What is she suing for?
Oh,
in
she's
small
suing
claims, it's got to be monetary.
No. Yeah, she's suing for the $6,000, and here's her reasoning, or for the cost of the repair, because he violated the Auto Repair Act, which calls for treble damages, and she's willing to settle for the cost of the transmission.
I've never sued in small claims court without a monetary dollar figure.
Mark,
so
the
I don't
monetary
know.
dollar figure is $6,000.
I get what you're saying. You'd put 6,000, and if I was him, I would answer why. I've never taken $6,000 from her.
No, but he wants 6,000, and she wants. I don't know.
What do you think, Dimitri?
Well, but I don't know if I'd go to small claims only because of limitations. She can go to the county DA, and the DA can press criminal charges on this with the Colorado
What are the chances
Repair
of
Act.
getting a DA to take something on the to do
Some
something
do,
on the Auto Repair Act?
Yeah. I said there are some that are very aggressive.
In
with
Jefferson County?
In
Have
Jefferson
you heard of
County.
such cases
Oh,
in
yeah.
Jeffco?
Yeah.
Jeffco's not bad,
So
by the way.
I would pursue that. I would pursue that first.
That doesn't get her car back yet, though.
Yeah,
so
no, they could.
we need to figure out
No.
a way for her to get her car back.
Okay, that's true. We got to figure this out. Okay, Dimitri, during the break, call this guy and say, look, we got to work this out. There seems to be a violation of the Auto Repair Act, which could get you treble damages. Well, how about just making a deal with her to pay something or to make monthly payments on something? Let's try to work this out. I mean, just talk. I mean, he's not belligerent, is he? Dimitri?
He just tried. Kelly just tried to get him back on the air, and he's not coming back on. Kelly, what did he say? Out of curiosity.
Ask him if he'll take my call off the air. If I call him off the air, please ask him that off the air, just to talk.
Okay.
And gender to gender. I say that so we can pick whatever it is. Okay, 303-713-8255. More coming right up. Stay tuned, Dominic.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Yeah, we're still in pretty good shape, seeing some improvement in the foothills. Had an earlier car fire up near Genesee. That's clear. It is a little slow as you head up Mount Vernon Canyon, and then coming down Floyd Hill, actually improving a little bit. It's going to be slow over towards Central City Parkway. Right now, southbound 25 into downtown, a little sluggish, 270, both directions there out of Commerce City. But for the most part, wide open out here, no big problem spots for us. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney I hope you never need. I say that often, and I truly do mean it, okay? You see, Joe Lazzara is the person who really can get you out of trouble if you are innocent or have extenuating circumstances or wrongly accused or anything like that. Now, here's the bottom line. He'll give you a flat rate price up front. He'll give you free information up front as well, and that's important because when you're in trouble, you don't want to go shopping for an attorney. I've done the shopping for you. Lazzara Legal, Lazzara. Find him at referralist.com, Lazzara Legal. Or you can find Joe Lazzara at his regular site, lazzaralegal.com, or call him 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Vestera Turnkey. That's where you become a landlord. They help you become a landlord in a promising market, upside potential, positive cash flows, and 30 to 80% returns a year he's been showing people, and it's a real deal. It is not a security. You become a landlord without the hassles. You're not pooling your money. You go to Vestera Turnkey, they set you up with a rental, and they manage it for you. They do it all. That's why they call it turnkey. You don't have the hassles. Now listen, he's been an extraordinary success, and people are flocking to him. MyBiggestReturn.com, 303-888-3788, 303-888-3788.
Hey. Yep. The simple fact that she pays the bill does not constitute a contract. That's spelled out in the Repair Act.
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh yeah, no, it's
awesome. Yeah, that's great. That's great protection.
It should be because it's stuff like this that's designed for.
Okay. You mothers. You mothers.
What?
Hey,
What?
Tom?
Yeah.
James says he will talk to you off air.
Good.
Call him right now.
That's it.
Okay, you need to text me his number, and I'm going to be calling from my private cell. How do I block my number?
I wish you were in it.
You don't.
How do we put you in a cell?
I'll call from Google Voice.
You can star 67.
Yeah, Mark.
Star 67 does block it.
Yeah,
it makes
Mark.
it a private number.
Oh, it does?
Mark.
Okay. Calm down, Becky's.
Come on, Karen.
listen,
One
if you
Karen,
wanna-
one Becky.
You have a question about stalking people? Ask a stalker hello.
Come on, Kachina.
Well, they're big, I know, but they can be a little squirrely sometimes.
What?
I need the number.
Who's on one?
You're,
You know what they're bred for?
I think it was that Jay guy.
Lion hunting. Really? Yeah.
Oh.
Thanks, Kachina.
Who lion hunts?
I do.
Rhodesian Ridgeback.
I kill them. I kill those motherfuckers.
Zimbabwe or somewhere used to be Rhodesia.
I hunt everything.
Kuma Matunda.
I'm a big hunter.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
The more,
You don't even.
the more animals I
Call
can
the
kill,
guy.
the better.
Call him. I want your opinion on
don't
it.
even
Well,
shop in
we're
the
going to do it at the
manager's
top of
section
the hour. Give it a break.
Okay.
Thursday, 2:40.
Hunt everything. You wouldn't get expired meat at the deli, you wuss.
You peeps. You peeps.
You gotta wonder what nature was
March
thinking.
5th. When is March 5th?
Going the other way.
Are we already going into March
Who was
already?
thinking what?
Holy shit,
Yes.
we're going into March already. You son of a
I saw
bitch.
that.
The hair grows
What's it called? Now I got to
Nothing
look
to
it
do
up.
with it.
Rhodesian Ridgeback.
What are we talking
Don't make me get one. Just
Hey.
hunt lions. Is it a dog though, or a wolf, or
Oh,
what?
it's a dog, short-haired dog.
Oh, it's a cool looking dog.
What's a
The hair
dog?
on the back goes a different direction. You see the
That's why it's a ridgeback.
I'm ignored. Oh, I heard of a ridgeback.
How can I help you? This is Tom Martino Show.
I think Mark's listening to you.
Nobody's listening to me.
Yeah.
Nobody, and I mean
Tom
nobody.
Martino Show? How can I help you?
I'm not. I
Not
decided
even
today
my
to tune
morons.
everybody
Not even
out.
my morons are listening to me anymore.
Hello, Tom
I have
Martino
tuned
Show.
everybody out today.
Morons
I
don't
hear
listen
none
to
of
me
you.
anymore.
Smart
Well,
move.
So you're making believe you're Tom.
yes, exactly.
Okay, what's your name?
Oh, wait, I didn't hear that.
M-A-R-K.
Let me touch some button.
Okay, thank you, Top Secrets listening.
And what type
Nobody
of
else
warranty?
listening.
A car
I bet you
warranty?
Doc's not listening to me, that son of a bitch. He's just looking at porn on his phone.
Yep, exactly.
And then all
Trump,
Kevin's doing
you're
is
not
dreaming
acting
about,
at all thankful.
All Kevin's doing is dreaming about pizza. That's all he's
I
doing.
love that.
45 minutes and counting.
I love that.
Dimitri,
You ungrateful prick.
I'm not getting
Really
pizza.
something. Maybe just get the sausage.
Oh, and I love your non-political, most political show I've ever watched.
It's a great
can't-
show, Mark.
I can't
I
get
didn't
through
say
it.
it wasn't political. I said it's not an agenda.
Well, okay.
No, it doesn't. It's not
they
pushing.
basically,
It's not pushing an
they're
agenda.
basically
Mark.
saying that Trump lost, Kamala won. I mean, that's
it's
how
not
the first.
pushing an agenda, for God's sakes.
I get a printout every week.
God damn it.
They even show him losing his mind, just like Biden did.
Yeah, I know. I love it. I love it.
If you were to push a gender, which one would it be?
It would
I
be,
would push
I
the
wanna be-
transgender.
No, I want to be Pan-Asia. Whatever, I don't know. Tom Martino, you're a troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Okay, listen, we got so much to talk about. I want to get past this problem. Not that it's a bad problem. It's a good problem. So let's talk to Dominic. He has a comment. Go ahead, Dominic. I don't know what this comment is about. Go ahead.
I don't have any comments about you. You must be famous. I
Wait a
got
minute.
people saying, "Oh, you know Tom Martino."
Wait a minute. Are you the world famous Dominic of Sausage and Peppers?
You got it.
Dominic, I thought you were on death's door a few times.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there.
My God,
I'm
man.
getting there.
No,
Yeah.
seriously. You had some ups and downs, brother. How you doing?
Oh, I'm just hanging in there listening to you.
Back in the day, Mark,
Yeah.
he would drop by Sausage and Peppers.
Right to the studio?
Yup, man, did he make some good sausage
Nice.
and peppers. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened to those good old days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Hey.
They can't be gone. They can't be gone forever.
Dominic,
they still make sausages
what are you
and
doing
peppers.
these days, sir?
I'm just taking up a lot of air.
So where do you hang out at that bar still?
No, that bar's been gone.
What bar was it? I'm curious.
It was in
The Old Mill. The Old Mill restaurant.
in Littleton, right?
I love sausage and peppers. You know, for a cheap dish years ago, believe it or not, listen to this. Applebee's had a sausage and peppers served on a skillet about 20 years ago for under $10. It was just delicious. I'm sure it's nothing compared to his, but you just can't go to a restaurant anymore and get sausage and peppers.
Now, you can actually. There are some that, Mark, that have them as appetizers, actually. There are some.
Gaetano's has them as the main course.
Yeah, Gaetano's,
That
of course.
sounds
delicious.
Viali on Colorado Boulevard. Viali is a small Italian place. Again, it's not like right home to mama about Italian, but it's damn good. And it's they have sausage and peppers, really good, and it's an appetizer. But it is
Hey,
hard.
I want to tell you something.
Yes.
The best sausage you can get is Canino's.
Yeah.
It's here in Denver.
That's right,
They
Canino,
make it in
a
Denver.
local
I'm afraid
family.
to go to Denver.
A local family, and you get to
Yep.
see how the sausage is
Yep.
made. Yeah. Thank you, Dominic.
I'm telling you.
You know
All right,
what?
I gotta go.
Listen. Take care of yourself, brother, and don't do anything drastic without letting me know. Like if you're getting sick, call me. I'm just kidding. You sound good.
Don't anything drastic. What does that mean? Don't name it after you?
Yes, exactly. All right, 303-713-8255. Mark has a car warranty issue. We'll start with you right now, Mark. Go ahead. What's the issue?
Yeah, hi, Tom and Mark. I've got a new BMW X3, and the parking sensor stopped working.
Yes.
And
Okay.
I brought it in. They said they found a tiny particle in the sensor, and they consider that road damage, and they won't cover it under warranty.
Okay, you hold on.
I'll leave it
hold
at
on.
that till we come back.
Believe it or not, it had something similar. Hang on. I'm Tom Martino. We'll talk about that and more. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And I like him because he addressed us properly. Tom and Mark. More coming up.
Facing a jump.
Or any car I've heard, unless sensor just goes out.
Yep.
There's a particle.
Mark, a calzone full of sausage and peppers and cheese.
I had one yesterday.
With sausage and peppers and cheese?
Sausage, cheese, and pepperoni. No peppers.
That's not the same thing.
All right.
I would have one.
Where'd you
I've
have
never-
it, Mark?
They're usually not on the list.
Where did you get
Hey,
it?
Tom, call that dude.
Yeah, I'm going to call him
Call
right
that guy before you forget.
now. No, I'm going to right now, I promise. I'm calling him right
All
this-
right. Call him
Do you guys
before
want to
you
hear me
forget.
talking to him? Okay, you can hear me.
We'll hear your side of the convo.
Okay, good.
Who wants coffee?
I would love some coffee.
I have no more cream. Since
I don't care about it. I like them
What's
little
his name?
packets.
James. Okay, James.
You give me some of those and some Italian sausage.
How many of those little packets?
I'll take 4 of those. Yeah.
4?
4, 5 now. Make it 5.
All right.
3 or 4.
How about you?
I'm good.
Doc, you want anything?
He's not answering.
You want anything?
Makes sense.
Come on, James.
I'll tell you why he's not answering. Your Google number says it's a spam.
No, I'm not calling
if you
from
block
Google.
your number.
Hey, James, Tom.
If you call from a regular phone, he'll probably answer.
I'm pretty good, man. I think this got out of hand, and I just wanted to touch base with you because I'm not automatically thinking that you did anything intentionally. But I will tell you this: what sounded bad is when you said you called the warranty company to get approval. The warranty company said you called just to, I don't know, on general inquiry, and they said they needed diagnostics from you, and. Yeah. Really? Really? Okay. Here's what I want to ask you. Here, I get you, man. Here's the biggest flaw in your argument. Not argument, but here's what's going to happen. Under the Auto Repair Act, whether you're right or wrong, and I don't think, like I said, I don't like you thought you said, hey, let's screw this woman. You did her transmission, and you deserve to be paid. But according to the Auto Repair Act, and on that sheet, she waived the right to a written estimate, but did want a verbal estimate. Okay, now, okay, that's what I need to know. If you did it, though, normally, under the law, you have to keep a time, date, manner of approval, and the cell phone. So do you have a record of that verbal approval?
That doesn't, when I first started here, the chats they had gone downhill. I mean, it's like
Okay,
high school
okay.
gibberish, or junior high school.
Hello, may I place an order for delivery, please?
Bet that guy just didn't want to wait for the warranty company to send an adjuster, having the thing tore down on the bench for a week, and, that could be a headache.
I'm sure it takes up a bay, or at least you're pushing something in and out.
Yep.
And it sounds like he might be a one-man show at this point.
Pretty small-looking shop. It's in a complex. That's the thing about verbals, though, anymore. With cell phones, you can subpoena.
I get it.
Get call logs and records and stuff.
No, I get it. I get it. All right, so I will. How long have you been open? How long have you been open? And how long you been there? Are you the owner or an owner or a manager or what? Okay. Oh, okay, good. Thank you, man. I'll be in touch. Bye.
God, the stock market just cannot stay
All right.
positive this week, can it?
All right.
It was up until that.
We got a story here.
You sound like a convert. You taking your car there now?
It was up
Yeah,
about a
from
half
now on.
a percent.
It's all I'm gonna
now
do.
it's down.
So what would he say?
I was potted down.
Oh, completely.
Okay. So from now on, when Tom says no one's listening to me, I'm going to remind him that he's not listening to us.
He was confused by what he
Good
said.
morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino.
He's got to AI what the guy's response was.
He's got to A-hole it.
He's probably having dinner with the guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was hooked when the guy said he worked on trannies.
Oh, look at these little Frenchies.
Yeah, I've worked on trannies before.
You lived with one for a while.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to think who that is.
So what happened?
Oh, what happened with my friend James?
definitely
Yeah.
help you.
Well, I'm going to tell
Did
you
he
on the air.
convince you that he did nothing wrong?
I think that he's okay. You're not going to want to hear this, but I don't think this is a lying, cheating place. They've been open since the 70s.
Okay.
I mean, come on, man. And she's been going to him
I
for
never
10
said it was
years
a
or
lying,
more.
cheating place.
She's been going to him for more than 10 years.
Okay.
I mean, let's look at. Are we going to sell two sides of the story, or do you want to be CNN?
Well, I think you should go back and listen to everything he said yesterday that matches nothing he's saying since.
No, he actually he acknowledges exactly what he said the other day. And
all right, here we go.
You're
down.
You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you any way we can to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. In addition, of course, to the festivities here on KHOW, our flagship station from iHeart, and then the iHeart radio app all over the country, and our affiliations in Colorado Springs with KRDO. And we also have YouTube, and we stream to YouTube, and then downloads on all platforms. Thousands and thousands and thousands of downloads. So you're listening to these at different times. I urge you, if you ever want to know the follow-up of a case, to call us. We had one situation where it started out with the contractor being pretty bad. Turned out the contractor wasn't that bad. The person on the stream or the download didn't hear the follow-up. So always ask if you ever want to know, hey, whatever happened with this or that. I know a lot of you listening right now, for example, will be on a treadmill and it'll be at 10 at night or at 6 in the morning. Some people actually listen and I put them to sleep. I don't know what the hell that means. That should be good or bad. But anyway, I have people listening from Alaska, Sitka. I have people listening from a small fishing village out there. And then I have people listening from all over. Mark, we get emails from all over, don't we? It's fun. And so I want to send some swag to the furthest regions of our listeners. So please text me and text me on my Google phone, 747-999-5280. I want to go back to this consumer thing after I take Mark. He's been waiting patiently. And then I'll go back and I talk to the garage off the air to just settle down the temp a little and to talk to him off the air and just really get his side of the story. And again, I think there is a lack of communication and understanding here. I do not believe a ripoff is happening. I just don't believe it. Now, if I did, I would say it. There's no reason for me not to. I don't know this person from Adam. Now, Mark, you were talking about a car warranty issue, a Beamer X3 with a parking sensor that stopped working. I have a Beamer X7. It's just they're all the same. They just have different sizes. And by the way, the 7 was way too useless and big. I mean, it's so big. I love it, but it's big. I never needed it. The M50i. I had a loaner, the X3 loaner. What a perfect vehicle. You know, I mean, it's a perfect vehicle. So what year is yours?
It's 2024. Last year it's the M Series 2. So
it's sweet. It really is. I mean, I don't think people realize. Now, Kevin will tell you, yes, Tom, you're going to like it until he gets about 50,000 miles on it. Then what happens, Kev?
Then it starts leaking everything everywhere.
And it's very expensive to maintain.
Yep.
So listen, Mark, this parking sensor, under warranty, all things are covered under warranty that are covered under warranty, except if there is any kind of external damage. That's what they're trying to say about your sensor.
Right.
How did they say it happened?
Well, I looked at it. The message comes on and says clean, dirty sensor, clean. I've cleaned it. I looked at it. There's no physical damage. You can't see anything wrong.
You're talking about like the round circle,
wipe it down.
That little round circle.
Yeah, those little round circles on the bumpers. Yeah.
And now it won't calibrate?
And I cleaned it. There's no physical thing. Yeah, well, it won't work. They say it's dirty. It doesn't function. Yeah.
Well, they're sealed. So where did the dirt go?
Yeah, but you get a message saying, use caution when backing up because the parking assist is not active.
Mark, what I'm asking you is this. If they say there's a speck in there, they're sealed plastic units. Kevin, help me describe it. It's a sensor.
Yeah,
there's
it's
a
like
little gap.
Yeah, it's a mini light bulb, if you will.
And the only place specs can get her on the outside. Are they saying it damaged the lens?
No, if you look at it, it's a circle, and then there's like an inner circle, and there's like a gap between the two little pieces. I'm assuming they're saying a little rock got between those two pieces, and that's what's bothering
sealed.
the sensor.
Are they morons? By the way, have you tried spraying it with anything like alcohol or not WD? No.
Yeah, I wiped it down. It looks fine.
Did you spray it? No, but did you spray it or air? Put a lot of air in there and then spray it with like a contact cleaner?
No.
I mean, you might want to try that,
No.
but how much is this repair going to cost?
Yeah. Originally they said $900, and then I think they took off the diagnostics and they said, okay, maybe $600.
And which dealer is this?
It's Champ in Highlands Ranch. I'm about to head there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick it up.
Okay. So you're not getting it fixed, right? Or you did?
Well, I think they already fixed it. Yeah.
Well, that sucks because
and they
I
replaced
think.
the sensor.
Did you ask for the old part?
I'm going to.
Well, it's too late. They don't have to give it to you. You have to ask for it before. I'm hoping they'll give it to you.
I think I saw that, but I'll see if they can give me that.
Now, from now on, if you don't want these issues, go to Sonic. Sonic, hey, I'm telling you, they're good people. Downtown Denver, they call it. It's on Colorado Boulevard. Have you seen them?
I'm familiar with them. Actually, there's a couple of good BMW places. But this is warranty. It's like it should be warranty. So you have to go to the dealer.
No, I get it. That's why I'm telling you about Sonic. Let me explain something about Champ.
Yeah.
God, it's so sad. Champ was a good dealer. Lisa Champ took it over from her dad. But it went to hell. Her son is an idiot. He's an idiot and basically ran the place into the ground, in my opinion, when it comes to customer service and sales. So I know you thought, well, I'm going to a well-established Champ dealer. What you're going to is trash. And it's too bad. And that goes for all the Champ dealers. We get a lot of complaints about Champ. I could have predicted it was Champ. And the kid doesn't know anything. I say the kid, I don't even know how old he is right now. But nepotism doesn't always work. Not always. In this case, it's a failure. Now, in some cases, things actually get better. Leo Payne used to be a dealer, an old line dealer. Leo Payne. I used to call him jokingly Leo Payne in the ass. And because every dealer he had was a pain in the ass. I had nicknames for every dealer. I remember Cherry Creek dodging the truth, and I remember Leo Payne in the ass, and I remember Doug spetting your money. Who else was there? There were all kinds. I always had nicknames for him. But I will tell you this, as far as Cherry Creek Dodge and that family, that guy, he actually turned out to be one of the better dealers. I'm telling you, Doug Moreland actually turned out to be one of the better dealers. He's straightforward. He takes care of problems. And I think his brother works with him. Right, Mark? Does his brother work with him? Or anyway, so we have...
Hey, isn't the other option just learn how to park your car? Say $600.
Yeah. Okay, but if you Mark's not in the seat, that's why he didn't answer. But here's the bottom line. If you shouldn't pay for it, you shouldn't pay for it. So when you get that old part, hey, Kevin, are you buying that particle bit? I mean, obviously, they don't go bad. They just don't go bad.
No. But I can't see anything hitting it where they're mounted. I mean, that would be like a 1 in a million shot. You know?
Or getting in between the two. I don't even think there are 2 layers. Like, Mark, when you say you look inside it and you see an outer circle and an inner circle, can you take, like, let's say a razor blade and feel a little crack there? Like in other words, are they 2 pieces?
Yeah, there's like, it's kind of like there's a grommet, and there's like an inner piece. I haven't seen what they said, or where the particle might have been. But that's what they're blaming it on. And it's almost, I guess I could see if a rock hit it and it dented the sensor or something like that, then yeah, I understand that's road damage. But, just some little particle that got stuck in there.
I'm going to tell you something.
I'm
going to tell you something that's going to be really enlightening. So they're saying it's not warranty, right? So that means that you're going to pay for it.
Correct.
How much you want to bet that it's run through as a warranty item and they still get paid for it? That's just my evil self thinking. That I said, how much you want to bet? I didn't say it's going to happen. Just my evil self thinking. Now, the way that works is by emitting a sound frequency from a small, I'm reading this, obviously. It's not coming out of my head. A small transducer in the bumper. Now, listen, this is specifically on the X3, which then bounce off nearby objects and detected by the same transducer. So it's a bounce back, which means a particle would have, unless it's bouncing off the particle within it, they're full of crap is what I'm saying. So it's not visual. It's sound. It emits a sound wave. Sound waves, that's one of the reasons they use ultrasound when they're doing imaging on people, because it's not affected like some of the other waves are affected. So you might want to tell them you know about that. Explain to me how a particle can block an ultrasound wave. Ask him that, an ultrasonic wave. Why don't you ask him? I would really talk to the service manager. Did you?
Yeah, I will. I'm
In
on
fact,
my way
if you
there.
want, I wouldn't mind having one of our peeps call right now.
Cool.
Like having Deputy
That'd be
D or
great.
Deputy Doc right now and say, explain to us how an ultrasound technology, since we have somebody in the studio who's an auto guy who says the chances of that, and Kevin, not only would it have to be a spec, it would have to be big enough to block an ultrasound wave.
Right. Well, if it was big enough to let that in, to me, that's the defect in the part.
And just so other people know this, the way ultrasound works and the way anything works, and not anything, but things like this, ultrasound sends out sound waves in a pattern. Okay, now, if one of those waves, it sends out more than one. An ultrasound sends out more than just one wave. When one of them is blocked, the other ones go through, and they do a mini. Some of these ultrasounds have what's called it's a mini majority report. What that is they take the whole of the waves and read the majority. So even if there was a particle that could block a sound wave, it's not going to block all of them. So I don't get what they're saying. I just don't get what they're saying. Kevin, can you think where a particle really, truly could totally block an ultrasound sensor? And then the other sensors don't work either, you're saying. Is that right?
Well, I don't know. They said it was probably the frontmost sensor. There's a whole bunch of sensors on there.
But why would that shut down your rear sensor? Why would it shut down your rear sensor?
Well, it shuts everything. I think once one of them goes out, they don't trust any of them.
That's not true at all. And you know how I know that? Take your tire sensors. One can go out, you'll still have the others.
That's true.
And if I could, by the way, order a car without tire sensors, I would do it every time. I like the parking sensor, especially for my, I'm not going to say it. Never mind. I almost got in trouble. I'm not going to say it. I like the parking sensor, and it can preserve wheels, and it can preserve all kinds of tire rashes.
That's true.
But in any case, D, do you mind? Talk to him. Find out who the service. Just say him out of curiosity. We want to know how these ultrasound waves can be blocked since it's not a visual sensor. Just see what they say. I'd like to hear their explanation. I think this is just a way to.
How about when he gets there, have him call the station, Tom?
Why?
Well, you said you want the service manager to explain it.
Just call ahead. I'm saying call ahead so the guy and say, look, we just got a call and we're curious about this. You know, listen, Doc, if you don't want to do it, D, can you do it? Somebody do it. Just call ahead. I don't want to wait. I want to call ahead. So when he gets there, they know that we're on the case. 303-713-82. Did I take the 15 break?
Yes.
I did?
Yeah.
So I only have...
I'm surprised too.
I actually already took that 15 break. No, I didn't. Okay, if you say I did, I'm not going to take a break.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you didn't.
I didn't. I know. See, I was screwing up. All right. Hold on. We're going to talk, and I'm going to have a follow-up on this James over at Nichols Automotive and how that went down, his side of the story, his real side of the story, without painting him as a villain. More on that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. By the way, 888heating.com. High efficiency replacements at the best prices, and I mean that sincerely. You put them to the test. Now, that doesn't mean you have to have brand for brand and item number for item number. You mean if you get a multi-stage, 98% efficient unit, and they can't beat the price, they say they will. 888heating.com.
Thank you. Yeah.
This is Dan.
You know what?
Kellner just finished his very...
You're burned out. Get the hell out of there.
Well, yeah, usually, man.
Now,
Yeah, it's a...
firm as our firm's managing partner, where John will use his elite trial skills to help victims receive full compensation in serious injury and wrongful death cases. If you need our help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dancaplisslaw.com. That's dancaplisslaw.com.
My turn, and I love when I get to talk about the art of granite, because you can call right now and get a price on the phone for your granite project or your quartz or your marble or any kind of countertop, natural stone they import, or man-made materials they do. Wholesale on all materials, tear out and haul aways free. And they sometimes throw in the bathroom or a kitchen sink or edge treatment or some kind of incentive. So why don't you call the Art of Granite? Not only get a price, get an incentive. I like Mitch Floria and his team. I've been doing business with them for years. 303-386-5919. The only people that quote on the phone, theartofgranite.com, 386-5919.
Thank you.
Hey, man, so I got a guy from Wasilla, Alaska. Yo, brother. Give me your address. I'm sending you something. Mark, did you hear that?
Mark's doing something with the TV. What's
He's
going
listening to Trump on Fox right now.
Oh, and Shannon, you don't qualify, so go away. I know you're trying to get some swag. I'm going to send this guy.
I see. It seems far away.
So where is Wasilla, Alaska? I got to look at Wasilla.
It's by Anchorage. It's about 30 miles east of Anchorage.
How do
It's
you
awesome.
know?
I just talked to him.
Oh, how? What you
Because
should
I
put?
used to-
Is he going to go on the
I used
air?
to have Alaska.
Is he going to go on the air?
No.
Why?
No. He just because he was driving and he
And you
doesn't
didn't
have a
think
lot of
to ask
cell
him to go
coverage.
on the air, and it would be interesting.
No, you're doing a great job.
He doesn't have a lot of cell coverage in Wasilla, Alaska. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere.
So on
But there's lots of eagles and moose.
Put up the phone
Is Mark
number for
there?
Mark about the BMW.
No, he's watching TV.
Mark.
What's going on with the TV? Is it just Trump?
Oh,
We're just listening. Trump and Zelensky got in a big argument on TV.
Yeah, JD
Yeah.
was part of it, right?
Hello.
JD jumped in there, right?
Yeah, he did.
I can't hear him.
Yeah,
What
I'm
can't
here.
you hear? Mark!
Yes.
Do you have us now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to yell at me. I made a mistake.
And no. So I'm asking for distant people to text me from where they are, and I'll send them swag. She gets a call from a guy from Wasilla, Alaska. She thanks him and hangs up.
Jesus.
Now, what would you have done? Just tell me.
You don't want to know, but it doesn't work. What I've learned, too, is old dog, new tricks.
No, I'm asking you,
so
would
Mark,
you have thought, Mark?
For one day, she literally was putting stuff up pretty fast, and that lasted one day.
It's a bad day for her.
Well, what Shannon's got to do...
Regen, coming up.
Shannon's got to take the mimosas away. We love you, Kelly.
I would double them.
Oh, I know that.
I mean, I it's not, there's no joke about it. Just get them name and then anything. In fact, I'm good without even knowing why they're calling. You can just put up fucking name, and I'll go
or
to
put
it.
up car, or put up house, or put up train.
You got it. Done.
Put up dick if they want to talk to Doc.
No, I don't mind a little sentence.
Mark, Regen, next break.
Okay.
Not this break.
Hi,
Not
Teresa,
the current break.
Just be patient with us. We're going to get
So
you
next break, you mean the break after next?
Yes.
Thank
hey,
on your show.
come on now. He's trying to trick us.
Hang on for me.
Well, it was that
It's not
break.
that
That's
hard.
kind of why I was thrown off about the 15, because it was right then. I had to move it.
Okay, you know what? Monday's still next Monday. Next Monday would be Monday. It would be next Monday.
Not the Monday after.
No.
Not the
Only
Monday after
on
next.
Sunday.
How about next Sunday?
Wait, on Sunday, next Monday would be the Monday after the one after the Sunday.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
On Sunday. On Saturday, next Monday, could be that coming Monday.
How do people come to us for problems?
And again, we're talking about, Mark is talking strict literal
Listen to
sense
this.
as opposed to colloquial adaptation.
Cloaca? Oh, no, wait, that's a bird's asshole. Stand by.
On the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tom Martino here. Welcome. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Teresa, an issue with a shed. Teresa, what's going on?
Hi, I was referred to you by my dentist because I've got a little bit of a problem.
What is it, Teresa?
My son went into a shed company there in Pueblo West, and it's a place where you buy sheds.
Yes.
And you rent to own type of thing.
Yeah.
He went in there and he purchased a shed.
Okay, what's the name of the company?
It's AFG LLC.
Okay. And
it's
then
a large company.
Okay, then what? And this is this is one of those big portable sheds, right? Like a tough shed?
Yes.
So
absolutely.
What happened then?
And he went in and he was going to buy this shed to turn it into a tiny home.
And when did he buy it?
Mentally handicapped. And the purchase date is in February of last year.
Oh, wait, February of last year.
Now,
So we're talking about a year ago, basically.
Yes. But this has been a roller coaster ride for me since that day.
Okay.
They called me and
where was he going to put the shed, by the way? Where was he going to put it?
On my property.
Okay, keep going.
So that I could take it.
Sure.
So the Leland from the shed company, it's called Leland Sheds in Pueblo West, from what I understand. I've never been there, and I live
thought
in
you said
Hunter.
it was ASG LLC,
So,
but Leland Sheds, okay, got it.
It's a subsidiary company of AFG.
Okay,
it's
I
a
got
large
it.
company, and they have little companies.
Got it. Yep, he's a dealer
And,
for ASG. Got it. So then what happened?
They came and they called me, and to place the shed on my property, they needed my permission because I own the property.
Right.
I then let the dealer know that my son was handicapped, and he cannot read. He's on the spectrum. So I double-checked with him and made sure, and my exact words were, look, I'm going to pull a loan. This shed has nothing to do with me other than I will agree to place it on my property.
Teresa,
for
let
my
me ask
son.
you. Teresa,
And he said, absolutely.
I need to ask a bunch of questions, okay? How old is your son?
Okay. My son is 38 this year.
Is he incompetent? Are you his guardian?
I am not his guardian. His girlfriend of 10 years is his guardian.
So he literally
is
has,
incompetent.
wait a minute, he literally has a guardianship. He is not independent.
No, they filed for a guardianship through Social Security. He is on disability through Social Security.
And when
But
was he
there's
declared,
paperwork
when was
and
he
things.
declared a ward of her?
I believe 8 years ago.
Okay. Okay. So this is not recent. Got it. So you're not just making this up about this purchase. But when he went there, would they have known that? And I know that's a silly question, but who was he with? Was he with his guardian?
He was with his guardian.
Okay. Did she sign?
And yes, and I informed them on the phone that he was handicapped.
I'm asking this question I need an answer to. Did she sign with him?
No. He signed.
And
But,
what did
see,
she
that's where
say?
the problem comes
What did
in.
she say about it?
She went out to the car because of what had happened. They he could not sign anything. So what they did was they put all my information on the contract.
Okay, now, did they put your information on the contract that day, or did they put it on the contract before delivery? When did they put information on the contract about you?
That day.
That day.
So essentially, they sold the bill. Hello?
I'm here. I'm listening. You were talking.
Oh, they put all my Social Security, my address, my name. They essentially sold the building to me.
Now,
but
on the
signed
phone,
his name
hold
on
on,
the contract.
Teresa. When they sold the so back in February of 2024, your son called you from there and said, "Mom, I'm buying a shed, and they need your information."
They need your permission to put it on your property.
I get that.
That's what he said.
But in essence, when you filled out this information and gave them the information over the phone, did you sign anything?
I didn't. No, I did not give them any information over the phone. I agreed to place the building on my property. They said I needed to
How did you agree to
that I
that?
owned-
How did you agree to that without giving them information?
I sent them I emailed them a copy of my driver's license to prove that I owned the property. That's how they got all the information.
Okay. Where was he living before
believe.
this? Where was he living before this?
Homeless.
Okay. So, got it. Now listen, I need to just speed through some of this. And I'm not asking, now remember this, I'm not asking if you agree with what happened. I'm asking if it did happen. At any time at all, any time with this company, did you sign your name to any document whatsoever?
I signed my name to a document that said the shed was delivered to my property.
Okay. Now.
That's the only thing I signed.
And do you have a copy of that document?
Yes, sir. I have a copy of the original contract. See, and the
Hold
problem
on, just
with
wait,
it
Teresa.
is
Teresa, on that original contract, how was this paid for?
through my son's Social Security card.
Well, what do you mean by that? How much was the shed?
Automatic.
How much was the shed?
The shed was $17,000.
And did he pay for it? Did he pay for it or finance it?
He financed it.
How much did he put down?
I have no idea.
And so he's making payments out of his Social Security.
Yes. Direct withdrawal.
Okay. Okay. And he did that without his guardian signing. He's not allowed to.
That's correct.
Well, then how did he do it?
I have no idea because now.
Well, wait a minute. The answer is this. Let me give you some answers, Teresa, because you're not really forthcoming, and I know why, because I'm interrupting you, but there's a reason. I have a feeling that you're trying to build the case, and I get you. You didn't sign for it. You didn't want it. You didn't buy it. They're holding you responsible. But here's the deal. There are so many things that did not happen. For example, there is no way he could finance this at all. Zero. He had no means to finance. And if he had a Social Security check and made arrangements for direct withdrawal, he can stop that immediately because they cannot tap his government benefits. And his guardian would have had to have signed for it. Okay, so that is number one. Number two, there is no way they would have left that building on your property with just permission to deliver it. We're going to find somewhere where you signed to purchase it. I know you don't believe you did, but there is no way that this company is going to leave a $17,000 shed financed by a disabled person on Social Security in Pueblo West without getting anything from you as the owner. So if you can give us all of your paperwork, we would be happy to help you. And your dentist probably told you that. I will be happy to help you. But I need to make a difference between your impression of what happened and what really happened. That's what I need to do. Okay? Because your impression of what happened may not be what really happened. And we need to get to the bottom of it. And I want to, but we're not going to do it in this phone conversation. We are going to get all of the documentation, every single sheet that you have. Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine. But the documentation, babe, the contract, my son signed the contract with my information on it.
Doesn't matter. That doesn't obligate you.
That's where we get...
That doesn't obligate you.
But the bank said it did, and they took me to court. Now,
I guess you should have told me that. Wait a minute. So did you get a judgment against you?
I tried to. Yes.
Then Teresa,
the company.
Then Teresa, I will guarantee you one thing. You signed for it. I'll guarantee it. You signed for it.
No.
Teresa, did you go to court or was this a default judgment?
Okay, that's good.
I went, and the judge stated in the
break.
I proved to him I did not sign this contract. This contract is not even legal because it has my information all over it and my son's signature.
Yet the judge ruled against you. Why did the judge rule against you? I got to take a break. This is a mystery. So she goes to court. A judge and a court of law says you are responsible for this, and there is nowhere, anywhere that she signed for it. This is the biggest mystery. So now I need the court case number and the transcripts, and then we'll look at it. But Teresa, I don't think you truly understand what happened, but there are ways out of it. That's the good news. Hang on, more coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our
This is
American
just him,
Stories.
right? This is just Mark.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape here leading into the lunch hour. Got some slowing out of the airport on Pena. It's basically from Tower back
This
towards
is
I-70.
ridiculous.
It's sluggish, not really in a big delay mode there. 270's been running a little hot and cold through Commerce City. You'll see some bunching up around York and Vasquez periodically. That's the I-70 to the east side coming right around Peoria. Has been sluggish. Looks like I-25 south coming into downtown, maybe a little bit of traffic to contend with, but no big problem spots. Up Clear Creek Canyon west of Golden, delays there with construction work, and down Floyd Hill is just a little slow. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host.
What's he want?
Almost 30 pounds in 9 weeks. That's what I've lost with Denver Regen. These guys are unbelievable. For under $300, you get the new weight loss medication. It includes all the doctor's visits, all the...
I'm going to see how the kid did it, and I'm going to have a tough shed put on your property that I'm going to live in.
You don't feel hungry and you don't think pizza, or ice cream, or candy, or whatever the poison is you're used to. You got to check these guys out. Go to denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com. Would you send that to me, please?
I wouldn't keep that one.
Oh, shit. Wasn't rolling. I had to stop the recording.
That's all right. It's all right. It's cool. It's cool.
I wouldn't keep that one.
Zelensky just got kicked out of the White House.
What?
Yeah, what's going on is unbelievable. I love it, man. I love watching how the sausage is made.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Trump is doing what he always does, the art of the deal.
Yeah, but what did he truly kick him out?
Yeah, he did. Zelensky came in being a fucking asshole, quite frankly. And they were the whole thing was they were gonna sign the rare earth metals or whatever the fuck
and
agreement.
then what happened?
They broke out into a fight on live TV in the White House. It was awesome, man. It was awesome.
Who swung first?
And basically, no, not that oral, but so basically between Vance and Trump, they told him to hit the bricks. Without the U.S., you're fucking not a tough guy, and they kicked his ass to the curb. He's gone.
Holy shit!
I bet Putin fucking hits them so hard tonight they don't even know what happened.
I don't think he has the capability
But
to do it.
how did the fight break
Jeez,
out?
I don't
What
know.
was
They
the
got
issue?
them supersonics left and right.
You hear, Tom?
What was the issue?
The issue was
know?
he came in. I guess how you put it is.
Big dickin'.
Yeah, I don't know how to put it. I mean, the guy came in with a fucking attitude. And I figured he'd kick him to the curb because it's the art of the deal. It's like, all right, now, even if he wants to get this thing signed now and not fly back to his war-torn country where about 1 million people have died. Vance even brought up, hey, you were in Pennsylvania last October. Listen to this. He said, you were in Pennsylvania last October out there with Biden trying to win the election for Biden. Fucking Vance told him that.
Not Biden. He was campaigning for Kamala.
Or Kamala, whatever her name is, the group of them.
But just, yeah, and he loved that team, of course. They were sending him billions.
Oh, my God. He got $350 billion, like 150 of it's missing, probably in his pocket. Talk about oligarchs. Look at all the fucking rich Ukrainians running around fucking Switzerland.
They do have beautiful women.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and what
he disrespected our president in the fucking Oval
said
Office.
That? They do have
His
beautiful
ass
women.
is grass.
Who said they do have beautiful women?
That was Doc. What are you hearing? What are you listening to?
He better stay off Jerko sites.
I bet they're just...
I guarantee Trump, he probably wanted to talk or something, and Trump's like, get him the fuck out of here. That is one of the best things I've watched. This is how the fucking government should run. We should see what the fuck's going on.
So much better than what we were promised.
With Biden, well, first of all, with Biden would have just pulled out his paycheck or his fucking checkbook.
Now, I support Ukraine, of course, because of their stance against same-sex marriage. But other than that, I don't see much benefit.
Zelensky told Vance he was talking too loud at one point. Literally said that to him.
So do you think the long game is to get U.S. and Russia to be a powerhouse?
I can tell you this, if we don't give them anything else, Ukraine will look like fucking Gaza in a month.
So do you think the long game is to get the U.S. and Russia close enough to be a bulwark against China?
I don't think the long game has much to do with Russia right now.
So who
I think it has to do
call...
with we're not paying for your shit anymore. Go fucking ask Europe for it.
China is more of a threat now than Russia.
Hold on a second. I need to ask somebody, either D or Doc. Did anyone call the Beamer dealer?
Did anybody call the Beamer dealer?
I'm waiting for Robert to call me back.
He's got a message into the caller.
Hang on, coming back.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I want to recap this problem. I really want to recap what's really happening here, okay? Now listen carefully, and I want some opinions. And I want to know if somebody can... We need to get the documents. D, I want you to get these documents and parse through this. Her disabled son, who has a guardian, bought a shed from Leland Sheds in February 2024 for $17,000. He made arrangements for direct withdrawal from his Social Security check, even though she claims his guardian never agreed to that. By the way, his girlfriend has been his guardian for the past 8 years because he is legally incompetent. She said they delivered the shed to her home and she signed for delivery, only for delivery. But Leland's contends she is the actual purchaser. They even got a judgment against her in court. Okay, now, here's some quick questions, because I know that's the story. How much is the judgment?
There was no judgment. It was, I filed for storage fees, because the shed had been on my property for 9 months.
So hold on.
The judge denied that.
I thought you said, before we went to break, you got to help me out here because I'm confused. You said they got a judgment. So they did not get a judgment.
They got the shed. They were to pick up the shed.
Okay.
That was their judgment.
There was no other money due by your son or you?
No, they tried to get me to pay attorney's fees and
that's good. So you didn't really lose anything. You're
well,
right back to square one.
No, sir. That's where it starts. They were told to pick up the order from the judge on August, the paperwork says on August
they took
12th,
you to, listen, Teresa, they took you to court. Is that right?
Yes, they did.
What was the end result? Just get right to the end result. What was the order?
The order was they had 7 days to pick up the shed. I was to remove all fencing and property, and I did so. They did not come pick up the shed within that 7 days. They showed up on September 4th.
Break.
At that time, the shed had been abandoned. So I told them, take me back to court, and I want storage fees. When they took me...
I got to take a break. I'll come right back. I'll come right back. This story here. Hold on. This story is going to be a mini-series on Netflix. Hang on for that. Or Hulu. I'm going to sell the rights. Hold on. We'll come right back.
That's funny.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report.
That was a good one.
Our American stories.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape here leading into the lunch hour. Got some slowing out of the airport on Pena. It's basically from Tower back towards I-70. It's sluggish, not really in a big delay mode there. 270's been running a little hot and cold through Commerce City. You'll see some bunching up around York and Vasquez periodically. That's the I-70 to the east side coming right around Peoria. Has been sluggish. Looks like I-25 south coming into downtown, maybe a little bit of traffic to contend with, but no big problem spots. Up Clear Creek Canyon west of Golden, delays there with construction work, and down Floyd Hill is just a little slow. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of Butch Cassidy. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Okay, I love Zero Res, ZeroResDenver.com. Why do I love them? It's pretty obvious. They clean your carpet. They do that better than anyone. But on top of that, they use no soaps, chemicals, or emulsifiers. Pure, softened, wonderful water. And what that water does is clean better than anything in nature. So your house is cleaner, your carpets are cleaner, no residues, no chemicals, good for upholstery and good for all the flat surfaces in your home, tile and grout, mattresses, and more. Zero Resified means really clean, a healthier clean. Right now, 3 rooms starting at $109, $75 off duct cleaning. Plus, you can have other surfaces cleaned. I really mean it. These people are the bomb. Go for the Martino special. 3 rooms, $109, $75 off duct cleaning. And that is starting tomorrow. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. Call now and get in line. Now, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that I hope you never need. One thing I do know, you really should call him no matter what, because you get free legal advice from him, a free evaluation of your case, one of the few or only personal injury attorneys I know that talk to people up front before they even hire him. No, you don't have to go through an intake or anything. You just say, I want to talk to John. John will talk to you about your case. He'll shoot the breeze with you. If you like what he's saying, if you want to hire him, you can. There's never any out-of-pocket money. It's on a percentage fee basis, but he will talk to you before, and there is no obligation. That's John Fuller, Fuller Law. Give him a call, 303-597-4500, 597-4500.
You have your membership. It goes for more than EV. You get a certain discount if you buy one. So you buy it direct through whoever, but you get it. We just bought a treadmill like that.
Huh.
So you get like $500 off if you put in your Costco number. And I think a lot of times they call it Costco Direct. So now she wants her storage fees.
She wants storage fees because they didn't pick it up in the 7-day window.
That's so funny.
Well, she kind of has them by the short hairs, you know. They were supposed to pick it up in a window. She had the place ready.
I'd like to see where it says that window. And then does that include, just out of curiosity, holidays, weekends?
Sure.
What are you talking about?
She made it sound was they had from this date to this date to get out there and get it.
Now, but that's a technicality. Do you think the judge here? Okay, she was supposed to go get it and she didn't. So what do you think? She had the right to block it?
Well, she had the right to put her fence back up.
Did the paperwork really say that?
Yeah,
we don't know.
Don't know.
Mark, I'm going to have that shed delivered to your place, and I'm going to live there. Now what? Is he still on?
Yeah, he's still got the Fox going.
Oh my God!
Who, Mark does?
We're gonna. Yeah, we're gonna need to dry that chair off.
I wouldn't write these guys a check, man.
If you want pizza, it's here.
Pizza.
Want a slice.
You bastards.
Let's have Elon yank all the fucking what do you call them? The satellite
Space
internet.
Link?
Yeah, the space link. That'll shut them down 100%.
Oh, we're coming right back.
I'd love to see
Pizza's here, Duck.
Keith's search history.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get an electric G and kick Mark's ass in his S.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah,
it's going to be like that BMW guy. You're going to hate it.
I know it. You know why, Mark? I think truly what they did. By the way, they put 4 motors in, one on each wheel.
Yeah.
And what I think they really did, honest to God, was took a G-Wagon and just put batteries and motors on it. I don't think it's designed as an EV from the ground up, is what I'm saying. It's 6,600 pounds.
Well, it's got a. That's pretty light for a G-Wagon, isn't it?
No. Well, okay, but I'm talking about for an EV, that's pretty damn heavy, don't you think? What's the Hummer weighing at?
I don't. Oh my God, I have no idea.
79 Lincoln Mark 5 weighs.
Mine's almost 5,000 pounds, dude.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I had a 79 Lincoln Mark 5 that was, 4 city blocks worth of
Yeah, it says
steel.
the Hummer weighs between 85 and
And it was
10,000 pounds.
Almost $5,000.
So they must have went to like fiberglass or something. It's not going to be that nice metal body that the expensive G-Wagon has.
You still want the doors when they shut to sound like a tank, right?
The Model X weighs basically that, man, 5,500.
Are you kidding me? Whoa. I'm wondering,
Why does the
if you
Hummer
were
weigh
me,
so
would you
much
get the
more?
Model X or the G?
I get the Model X. I'm telling you, if you buy an
Where are
electric,
you?
you're
I
crazy.
would-
Get anything but Tesla.
St. Vrain School District. I'm sure.
I'll be curious what Zelensky's driving soon.
Hey.
A hearse. Oh.
The interaction. I'm very pissed off I didn't see it.
What would you like to see?
The interaction with Trump and Zelensky.
You have to go back. Well, I don't know how you're going to see it with your eyesight.
I see we probably got at least 5 minutes coming back. 10.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank
Give me back.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303. Hey, we're running out of time, okay? Because we've had some really, really complicated calls here. But here's what I'm going to do. Teresa, I need to finish up. You need to finish up real quick. What happened when they took you back to court? What happened?
I did not go back to court. They went back to court in October and got a order from the judge after they abandoned the shed for 70 days. They got an order from the judge to come and destroy my property, whichever way they wanted to retrieve the shed. And that was, they were supposed to be here again on October 25th. They missed that date, but the sheriff showed up on October 28th and beat me up. They broke 5 of my ribs, knocked my teeth out, and gave me a concussion.
Teresa, this is this is honest to God, this is truly a miniseries on Hulu. Hang on.
Then this is Jeff for the.
What a nutcase.
That's good. I didn't know.
I did not see that coming. Yeah, usually I can think of crazy shit.
I did not expect this.
The judge ordered them to beat.
Knocked her fucking teeth out.
Broke her ribs.
Didn't she say knocked her teeth out, broke her ribs?
Kelly, get her number for me.
Yeah, please.
Holy fuck. I can't wait to hear what happened then.
Definitely
I
make
hope
it
Tom
be
asks
very good for her.
what happened in November.
Okay, listen. Honest to God, would you do me a favor, Dimitri?
Dimitri's talking. Who?
He can't hear what?
I can't hear.
Dimitri.
I mean, can anybody relay?
He doesn't have the ability to hear you offline.
Why? Why doesn't he have the ability? He's in the studio.
His headphones are not plugged into a button that has a turret that allows him to select offline.
Well, then give him a headset so I can fucking talk to him.
You want to stop being a problem for a change?
You're not understanding. There's only 2 jacks in here that can hear you on breaks.
Then
The
turn
other
up
3
the volume
cannot.
and put it next to him.
Okay. I borrowed somebody's headphones. Go ahead.
Dimitri, please call her off the air and get
Yes.
the rest of the story, please. I want you to come back and tell us the whole story without taking the whole show.
I'll do that right.
And then
I'll do
also,
that
I want
right
you
now.
to take the case and look into it. I swear to God, this woman is fucking crazy.
Hi, Teresa. We're going to go ahead and
you're not
escalate
helping.
this
You got
to
it,
our
Tom.
deputies. His
Thank
name
you.
is Dimitri.
Pus-filled vagina.
a little bit more of a deeper dive into the issue you're
So,
having.
listen, I got a text from the ISS saying they're listening to me up there by Starlink.
The marshals came.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because they want to calibrate their equipment with your screeching.
You
judge said the
dropped out a
marshals
little.
can burn down my house and kill my dog.
719-831.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
5830.
Yeah. So make sure when Kelly gets a call from Botswana, Africa, that she at least keeps the person on for 5 seconds so I can talk to him.
I doubt it. I already gave her instructions.
Or maybe in the inner reaches of
I think we should keep
Czechoslovakia.
going with this phone call.
You know what would
I
happen
think
to
we should
her
keep
if
going
somebody?
with this
Yeah,
phone call.
why wouldn't you just have her back
riveting.
up? Everybody just heard how the cops broke her ribs and shit.
You want to? Okay.
It's a good story.
Okay, good. All right, got it. I
Or
think
we
Mark-
can talk about those veins. What are those veins old people get on their legs? Varicose
Oh, no,
veins.
maybe we
Varicose
should talk
veins.
about
Coming back.
Drew's,
More on varicose veins.
Drew's number 2 problems and enemas.
Let's get Drew back on.
This woman's story is awesome. We should keep going.
Well, she's probably, we're going to find out she's calling from prison.
That's just it, Mark.
She's on death row.
She's a Gitmo.
Mark and I have a side bet on which prison she's in. Yeah.
She's in Gitmo.
To get to the, a little
Tell Kelly to keep her. Tell Kelly to keep her.
One thing I do regret, though, that's true. I mean, Mark brings up a good point
I'm going to go make sure.
on how to handle
Did you
calls.
tell Kelly to keep her?
Okay.
Yeah,
If
keep
she
her,
hangs up-
Kelly, keep her. Tell her I changed my mind. I want to talk about
Here's
her getting
here's
beat up.
Here is the problem. Here is the problem.
Hang on for me.
We're listening.
We'll keep her.
Tom will be right
But
back
when
with
she
you after
said
the break,
one of our
okay?
deputies will talk to you, she says, "I don't want to get beat
No
up
problem.
again."
Hang
I'm
on.
not kidding.
Oh, God.
What the hell?
Well, we have. Don't say deputy. She doesn't know
People
what
are
that means.
asking me to do stuff left and right.
Yeah, Kelly, it's
I
called
have-
it's
by the
called
way, I-
multitasking.
I have.
It's like she's got a government job and they want her
It's
to
multitasking,
list 5
Kelly.
things she did
I want
today.
you to write 5 things you accomplished last week.
I made Suzanne do that.
Uh-oh. And you lived?
Yeah.
Yeah. Suzanne, on number 1 on the list, should have been kept Mark. That's her major achievement. We're getting calls from all over the world, but she won't put them on. I said to the guy from Wasilla, call in. He said, I did. She hung up on me.
She'll get there. I'm not sure when, but eventually. She's 2 years in. Let's give her another week.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Yes, did anybody call in from further than Davenport, Maine?
No, but you certainly have.
I would like to get the gifts, please. I would love to talk to Tom. I'd prefer to talk to the more handsome host, Mark, though. But if it must be Tom,
He's on too.
okay, that would be wonderful.
Jesus.
I bet.
Oh, God almighty.
My name is Fred.
All right, Fred from Davenport. You're going to be on soon.
Thank you.
Do you know that each place has an antipode?
A what?
I thought so. Go Google it. Denver's antipode. I want to get someone from there. Yeah, Amsterdam. It's a French southern.
What is it? What is an antipode?
Okay. An antipode is if
Yeah.
you take a globe and you take a place.
Oh, I got you. Yeah,
It's
and you
the
drill right
furthest
through.
point Everyone has its own. Every place has its own. It's the furthest point from Denver, Colorado on the globe you can get.
Hey, Mark? Hey, this is Doc. Are you at the dealership?
And there's another one, though. If I was looking for the furthest antipode, the biggest, it would be Perth, Australia. Or Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Though it's basically the opposite side, the antipode.
Sorry, dude.
10 seconds, guys.
How it can be fixed
Finally,
and how
we have somebody on the
Republicans
board.
can win statewide again. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We got some lively calls that went on today, and we got one that I don't know. We'll continue with it. I do want to help her. Okay, I want to make that clear to her if she's on the line. I do want to help you. I really do. But you have to admit this is the weirdest story, and I'm going to recap it again. Now listen carefully. I'm going to recap it. Okay, her disabled son went to Leland's Sheds to buy a shed to use as a tiny home because he's disabled and homeless. The purchase price was $17,000. He made arrangements for direct withdrawal from a Social Security check to finance it, even though his guardian didn't agree to it. And his girlfriend has been his guardian for 8 years. Okay? Now, I doubt that would ever happen. Next, the girlfriend, I'm sorry. Basically then, Teresa says when they delivered the shed, they had her sign something, and she said it was just for delivery, but they claimed she was the purchaser. So they took her to court. Now, Teresa, one thing I don't understand, why did they take you to court the first time? Did your son not make payments? What were they taking you to court the very first time for?
Because the shed was in my name and I refused to make payments on it.
Okay, got it. All right, that's all, Teresa. That's all. Honest to God, please, just wait. So they took her to court because she would not make the payments. Okay? Now, here's what happened after that. She in court, the judge said, take the shed back and let's undo this mess. They needed to pick it up within a certain amount of time, or a certain time
7
frame.
days.
They did not pick it up as ordered by the courts. So then she said, well, screw you. I'm not keeping my fence down and all that. I also want storage. Okay. They went back to court and they got an order to pick it up again. This time they came back with the sheriff. And she said they beat her up. They broke her ribs, knocked out her teeth, and then take the story from there. Then what?
They gave me a concussion, scarred up my arms, and bruised me up. I have videotapes of it all and body cameras of it all.
Now,
I went to court.
Did they do it because you were trying to stop them?
Yes.
Okay. So you were
They had no
resisting.
warrant.
You were
It was
resisting
private
a warrant. You were resisting it, a court order.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
So then
the
what
court
happened?
order was not valid.
Keep going. In your opinion, it wasn't. Go ahead. Keep going.
They removed me. They took me to the hospital. They arrested my disabled daughter, put her in a car.
So your
and
daughter's disabled
left
too?
2 children, 2 minor. Yes.
Are her
They
minor
left
children
2 minor
disabled?
children on the property.
Are they disabled?
No.
Okay. What else?
No. They're just young.
Okay.
They took down the fence, which was trespassing, and they came onto the property, took the shed off the property, come to the hospital, released me with a ticket, and they released my daughter from the car, and then they arrested me for child abuse and neglect.
Child abuse and neglect how?
Because the children were...
Because they were living in the shed?
No, because they were left on the property unattended, from what I understand.
Yeah, that's not why. Listen, Teresa, I know you want to... Teresa, if I'm going to help you, if we're going to look into this, we need complete transparency. Now, it's obvious if they sent you to the hospital and arrested the mother and those two kids were left on the property, it's pretty obvious they're not going to charge you for neglect. So you're leaving out a part of the story, and later on we're going to find out what it is after you come clean. But that's not why they arrested you for neglect. That's not why, okay? That's not why. Because they're the ones that put you in the hospital and your daughter was arrested, and if those kids were left there, the police aren't going to say, oh, by the way, you left your kids. Okay? It just doesn't make sense. So don't try to get it to make sense, because I'm not going to believe it. Because that's what you're telling us happened, right?
It's all on videotape.
Okay,
I have it on videotape.
So they knowingly took you to the hospital and arrested the mother and left the kids there, and then charged you for leaving the kids there.
No, babe, the children were not my daughter's children. They were my foster children.
And why did they, if they were your foster children, why did they charge you for leaving them if you were sent to the hospital?
I demanded from the cops before they arrest me that they have Department of Social Services come and take custody of the children.
And what happened then?
There was no caseworker. There was no caseworker available.
So what happened?
So they removed all the adults off the... They took the shed. They let the adults all go, and they left. About, a month later, I went to court to file some paperwork, and they arrested me for child abuse and neglect.
Okay, it had nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with that day. It was the condition they found your foster children. How old are your foster children?
14, and she turned 12.
Okay. Now, how long have you had these foster children?
8 years.
And tell me what they found wrong with the kids. Were they taken away from you?
I don't know. They arrested me, and the date of the incident was the date that I got beat up.
Well, that was the day they discovered their condition. That was the day they discovered their condition. Listen, Teresa, I know you want to make it sound like they arrested you, took you away, and then charged you for leaving them. That's not what it was. I know that's what you want us to believe, but that's not what it is. When they examined those children, they were probably horrified by something, and they charged you. Where are those kids now?
The children saw social services. They came after I was taken to the hospital. A caseworker came, and she told the cops that the boy was old enough to monitor the girl. There was no obvious abuse or neglect, so she refused to take custody of the children.
Okay.
The children...
Where did they go then?
Left here.
Huh?
They stayed here until later they ran away from home.
Yeah.
And when they ran away from home, they were placed with their biological mother, and I was arrested for child abuse and neglect.
Okay, so that's what happened. They ran away from home. They went to their biological mom, and they said, please save us from this crazy lady. Whether you believe it or not, that's what they did. That's why they arrested you. So you see, now that's the more accurate rendition. They ran away to their mom and said, please help us. What specifically were the charges for? What are they saying, or what is the biological mom saying you did to the foster children?
I'm not sure. The date on the arrest warrant was issued the day that October 28th, the day that they came to pick up the shed.
I understand.
I have not yet gone to court. So I don't know what was said or
But
done.
you do know
I
that
know
your
that
foster
the
children made claims to their biological mother.
No, the report was made by the officer who beat me up.
Okay.
Directly to Department of Social Services.
Okay. But
So it was
the
the
arrest
report he
didn't
made.
come
I
until
don't-
your kids ran away to their mom, and their mom is the one that called the police. They backdated it, but I'll bet you the mom is the one that made the biological mom is the one that made the report. These kids went from the
No,
frying
the
pan
officer
into the
did.
fire, and then back to the frying pan.
Teresa, when you were arrested,
Wait, hold
when
on.
you were
Before you
arrested
go
at
on,
the courthouse,
are those
what was
foster
the-
children still in your custody?
Not at all. They're with their mother.
Praise Jesus. Okay, what were you going to say, Dimitri?
Teresa, when they arrested you at the courthouse, you said you went there to file some paperwork. What was the nature of the paperwork you were filing, and in what case?
I received a letter in the mail that stated Department of Social Services had found me guilty of child abuse and neglect, and I had the right to an appeal. So I went to the courthouse to appeal that, and they arrested me there.
And what were you arrested for there?
They came up with a warrant.
What were you arrested for that day?
A warrant. A warrant for child abuse and neglect.
Was it for not showing up to the first one?
No, I had not been. They dismissed me from the case when we had gone to court.
So
when the
you
children ran
never
away.
were convicted. You
And
were
they asked-
never convicted, you're telling me, truly never convicted of abuse and neglect then, or were you? Is there a conviction on your record right now? That's a yes or no?
There is nothing on my record from 1990.
Okay, so right
And that
now,
was a traffic ticket.
that conviction for child neglect and abuse, they took your children away, your foster children, and placed them with the biological mom. There is no record of that anywhere.
No, I gave the children back under. I reallocated.
I'm asking you
parental
again, is there a
responsibility
record
because
anywhere of an arrest or a charge for neglect and child abuse? Is there a record anywhere of a charge or arrest?
I don't know. They arrested me, so I think there is.
Okay,
They
now,
arrested
were
me
you
for it.
convicted of that charge?
No, I haven't even gone to court for it yet.
When do you go to court for it?
They let me out on March 7th.
Here's what's funny. You say you were not convicted, but you were at the court yourself to file an appeal of the conviction. So, Teresa, you are selectively lying to make your story make sense. So why were you appealing a conviction? Why are you appealing a conviction that never happened?
It was a conviction through Department of Social Services. They have their own criteria.
Well, then you were convicted.
Not in court. It was by mail through Department of Social Services.
Well, how do
They
you know
found her
that?
guilty of
Excuse me,
something.
how do you know that?
She told us that she got a letter in the mail from Social Services saying
Saying
they
what?
found her guilty of child abuse.
Did they
She-
say
that they found-
conviction in the
according to
letter? What did
Teresa-
they use? Or did they say they found merit? What did they actually say in that letter to you that you could appeal?
That I had been found guilty of child abuse and neglect, and
Okay.
to appeal this decision
Okay.
through Department of
Okay,
Social
got
Services.
it. It wasn't a
filed
conviction.
a case.
It wasn't a conviction.
not-
You're right. It wasn't.
Fair. I'm not
What
lying
can
to
we
you.
help you with, though? I'm kind of lost in that. How can we help you?
I don't want anyone else to go through this with Leland Shed. The more I fight,
I doubt,
the
Teresa,
worse
this
it
has
gets.
anything to do with Leland Sheds. Okay? Here's what happened from the beginning. From the beginning, Teresa, you don't want to hear this. I don't know Leland. And I'm going only by what you're telling me. And whether you want to hear it or not, they maneuvered you and you signed for that shed. You didn't make payments. There was a judgment. I'm telling you that this has nothing to do with what Leland Shed did to you. Nothing at all. First of all, I believe those children probably were neglected. Maybe not abused, but they were definitely neglected. I just feel that in my spirit. I also feel that you have no idea what went on with that transaction. And I think you signed without knowing what you signed. And I think most of your problem, and I don't mean this as an insult, is ignorance of the process. That's what it is. And if you're calling to try to tell me that you want to prevent this from happening to other people, then I would have to also tell people that when there is a lawful court order to remove something from your property, you don't stand in the way. That's the proper way to handle it. You just don't stand in the way. And you don't get beat up and you won't get arrested. And then you just, this whole thing just cascaded. It all cascaded. And right now you're waiting to go to court for abuse and neglect. And thank God you don't have to pay for that trail. You don't have to pay for that shed. Is that right? You don't have any judgments against you right now?
No.
So the only thing right now on your plate, and I don't want to make this sound like it was a walk in the park, and I do believe that you were probably taken advantage of, but the only thing on your plate right now is this child abuse and neglect case. Is that right?
Yeah.
Then I suggest something, Teresa, honest to God. I'm going to give you some advice. I swear to you, you want this advice. And it is, forget about the shed. Forget about what they did on your property. Forget about you getting beat up. You got to move past that. I am telling you what you need. You can see a civil rights attorney later on in your life, but I'm going to tell you something. You better concentrate on getting rid of this neglect charge and this abuse charge, because that will follow you the rest of your life. And if you try to bring up the tiny shed and all of the crap that happened to you because of that, it makes no sense. Right now, the condition of those foster kids is all that matters, and their accusations and any evidence they have. It doesn't matter that it happened on the same day you were beat up. I know you think it does, but it doesn't. And it doesn't matter that it happened when you were sent to the hospital, because that's not why it happened. You are connecting things because you feel abused and you feel taken advantage of. But all of these separate things that happen to you, you're putting together. And I'm telling you, you're going to joust at windmills, as I've said in the past. You're going to get nowhere. You're going to get absolutely, positively nowhere. Your best course of action right now is to repair your fences, literally, move on, help your son any way you can, and just try to defend yourself against this neglect and abuse. And if you bring up that they beat me up first and then they charged me with neglect and abuse, it's going to go nowhere. What you have to concentrate on are the children. Why are they saying they were neglected and abused? That's what you have to concentrate on. And if I were you, I would contact social services and say, what can I do to make this go away? I don't ever want to take in foster children again. I did nothing intentional. What can I do to make this better? Are there classes I can take? Are there things I can do? But Teresa, I know you're not going to do that. I know you're going to go in and try to fight the entire case from the beginning and end. I know you're going to try to make this a problem for Leland Sheds. I know you're going to try to make it a problem because you're going to say they beat you up for no reason. I know you're going to try to make a case that your property was destroyed and that they had no constitutional right to do it. And you know what, Teresa? You will die trying. I'm sorry, but we're not going to do anything about this. I'm Tom Martino.
Would Wood, co-founder of Woodside Mountain Distillery in Salida, Colorado. The Secure Savings Program, we really saw it as a great opportunity to be able to begin to
She's
save
not going
for
to take
retirement.
one bit of
My name's
advice I
Christy
gave her,
Stroman.
not
I'm
one.
the general manager
And
of the
she's
Blue
going to
Bonnet
hate her
Restaurant.
dentist
This
for
is
the
a
rest of
program
his
where it
life.
doesn't cost us anything to get in. It doesn't cost us every year.
Businesses across Colorado are opting to provide a savings plan for their employees. Join them by signing up at www.coloradosecuresavings.com. This message is sponsored by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
You know, Discount Bath provides such a great service for people. One, they do discount baths, and they really mean it. They do quality, beautiful bathrooms, and they can do bathrooms at all different price levels depending on what your goal is, a fix and flip or a dream home. But they're all beautiful. They're all at discounts, and they can give you a price without ever coming to your home. And it's pretty damn close. What you do is upload a video. Just walk around with your phone, your smartphone, and narrate. I want to move this sink here. I want to move this there. I want to do this. I want to do that. Or I want to expand this bathroom. I want to do this. Whichever bathroom it is, a hallway bath, a Jack and Jill bath, a master bath, a bath in the basement that's been roughed in, then you send them the video. They'll send you a price. And then you can call them and they do it. Discountbath.com. Trust me, we've had a lot of ripoffs in this industry. You can trust discountbath.com. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. How much time do I have?
Tell Tom I split.
4, buddy.
How much? 4? Okay. Thank you. Is
4,
Mark
yeah.
leaving?
Mark has
Yes,
left
Mark
the
just
building.
walked out.
Okay, thank you. I'll be right back.
Yep. That lady wanting to warn everybody
Hey, Tom?
He stepped away.
was just too much.
It's crazy. He stepped away, Doc.
Hey, would you hand me my tablet? Oh,
Relax. Want me to deliver your coat too?
Hey, Tom?
Yeah. Or we can figure out something.
Something just for in my room when I want to sit and watch TV.
Okay, just figure it out.
Adapt.
Let's just go on. Well, let's go on Amazon and try to find something.
The only difference I do.
Okay, honey.
between My
I'll see you, honey.
Style chicken and rice
Bye.
And my Mexican style chicken and rice is the Asian.
I don't know where Princess is.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Rice and the measurements.
Yeah.
Mark's gone.
Okay. All right.
How is it I feel more full?
So we're taking over. The mutiny has arrived.
Mutiny.
Free advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, Mark left the building, so it's just me and the mutant deputies and Uncle Kevin at the helm there, and or whoever there is. Okay, anyway, guys, listen, let's talk. I want to bring up that mechanic, that other case, okay? We got to bring it up. Chelsea. Let me recap this and tell you what happened. She bought a used 2015 Chevy Suburban. And she bought it from Mile High Auto Shop, December of 2024. It had 160 miles. After 160 miles on a used car, she had a transmission problem. Since there was a 3-month warranty, she took it to Nichols and signed a work order. He rebuilt the transmission and now wants $6,000 from her. Here's the problem. She says she told him, and we should get her back on. She told him there was a warranty on it, and he was supposed to check with the warranty company, and she said he didn't, and therefore she can't pay for it. And the warranty would have paid for it, but they won't pay for it now because the work's already done. But that's it in a nutshell. And Dimitri, who is working on it, you talked to James over at Nichols, and he
Correct.
told you, let me get this straight, he told you he had talked to the warranty company, right? Is that right,
Yes,
Dimitri?
he did. Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Did you get the impression, by the way, that James was a deceitful man? I want to know your gut feeling.
My gut feeling was that the second story I got from James was crafted strictly for the purpose of responding to this radio show, and therefore I'm more likely to believe the very first story, which was spontaneous and unrehearsed and unprepared.
And the first story was what?
That he called the warranty company, they approved the repair, and he completed the repair.
And they say they did not approve it. What they said was they needed diagnostics.
Correct. I have that in writing from the warranty company.
Good. Well, I found an interesting part of the story, and I have to take this break. It's my fault because I've been going crazy here on content and stuff, and I'm going to have to quickly do another break, right? Isn't that right, Dragon?
Oh, correct.
Okay, so put those spots in there so I can get them done. And here's what I want to say. I want to come back and talk about this, but I want to get her back on the air because I need to ask her some questions. Kachina, can we get her back on the air?
She's working on it.
Okay, good.
Yes, of course.
Good. And then anyone else with any other calls, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. By the way, I got someone listening from Alaska, Wasilla, Alaska, and I'm going to send him some swag, Terry Voss, Wasilla, Alaska. And I got his address.
Do you know who else is?
What's that?
Do you know who else is from Wasilla, Alaska?
Who?
Who's a really, really famous
Famous
Alaska
vice president.
No, she was
Almost.
vice president.
Yeah, I was being facetious.
Well, who was
She
from
was
Wasilla?
the mayor of Wasilla. The mayor of Wasilla was
who?
You remember she
Sarah
was
Palin.
Sarah Palin, McCain's
Sarah
running mate.
Palin.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know she was from Wasilla.
Is that
she
her
was the
that
mayor,
just
Tom.
texted you?
I didn't. Well, man, I didn't know that. I knew she was from up there somewhere, but I didn't know where specifically. Anyway, so I got to take this break, and not before telling you about Frank Duran, the real estate man, who will do a market valuation for your home for the asking. So remember that. If you want to know what your house will sell for, ask him. He can give you all the market elements that'll go into that price with no obligation whatsoever. 303-920-1622, frankduran, And don't make any choices about insurance without the insurance checkup. Make sure you're not paying too much or you're not underinsured, which could be dangerous. A free insurance checkup, honest to God, objective. And that's Compass Insurance, 303-996-9000.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we've got an accident just coming in up north. It sounds like it may be a rollover. In fact, northbound 25 up around Highway 7. I don't see any real slowing through the area, but that could change at any time. Crews were called in just a short time ago. Accidents off the freeway system, Orchard and Yosemite. Looks like it's pretty slow through that area, as well as one that popped up at Colfax. It's going to be just west of Chambers. Freeway's not doing badly for us. Lunch hour drive's good. I-25 still congested through downtown due to an earlier problem southbound at Alameda. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of radio icon Glenn Beck by focusing on what could be his most enduring legacy, one that almost no one has highlighted until now. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Gravina's has the greatest windows, and nobody beats them. That's what Larry used to say. And I don't mind saying it. The reason nobody beats them with windows is easy. They have 50 lines of windows. So when you have 50 lines, you're going to find the right one for you and the right price and the right value. 50 lines and multiple lines of siding and doors. So you never go there and get pushed into one product like many similar companies. In fact, Gravina's are the original Gravina's, 950 West Evans, the offshoot of Dad. And then Nick started there. Larry worked for his dad, started his own company in the 80s, and Nick joined his dad. And now it's a multi-generational heritage that most companies just dream about. So if you want window siding and doors and you want a company with heritage, then you go to 303 Gravina, Gravina, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com.
And has a recording of James that where he claims to have received warranty company approval. It's a short audio clip, and Dragon can play it whenever you feel it's necessary.
He gone.
Yeah, I don't think Tom is there.
No, I'm hearing.
Oh, great! It's an awesome recording. It really sinks the guy.
It's about 45 seconds. It's got a little bit of
But
Mark,
it's really
a little
not
bit of
gonna
Z,
sink in.
and
Oh.
Nothing worse than getting backed up.
Metamucil.
Are you channeling Drew now?
Yeah. I can't go number 2 anymore.
We have a cut of that.
Are Mondays going to be the official enema calls days again?
I'm sorry, did somebody ask me a question or somebody asked about Drew?
No, it wasn't anything serious.
So, I'm past number 3. I shouldn't be talking about this, but anyway. Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4 coming up in 11 days, 12 days. I can't go number 2 anymore.
Let me drop off some. Is Princess hanging out with you today?
Mm-mm. When she always comes looking for you, and she walks around your chair and all that, and then I say, look, you got to settle for me, and she takes off.
Oh, poor cat. I miss her so much.
No, she really looks for you every time I come here. And it's so obvious.
Yeah, she thought I was Dimitri.
I feel it's so obvious I feel bad.
Oh.
I know when I was there the other day, she took one look at me and ran away.
Oh, did she? Yeah, she did. She said, wait a minute. This guy doesn't like cats. I smell husky.
Poor sweetie. Oh.
Why do all these people have wrenches on my forum? Jesus, we got more wrenches than we have regular people. Why did everyone get a freaking wrench? Why doesn't Chopper have a wrench? He's the only one on there that doesn't. Just give everyone
I don't have a wrench,
10
Tom.
seconds.
Where's my wrench?
I'm going to do the Oprah thing.
2295 or 800
You get a wrench. You get a wrench. You all get a wrench.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
All right, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So we talked about Chelsea, who went to this place to get her car repaired. Now, here are a few things I didn't know. And Chelsea, I'm not trying. This is not a gotcha moment, by the way. I don't think there is a gotcha moment because Chelsea, you yourself have been going to James and Nichols for years and years, and that place has been in business since the 70s. I don't think they got along this long trying to lie and cheat to people. I really don't. Now, I know there is a cut there. There is a cut where he says, play that recording where he was on the air, James, and he said he did call the warranty company. Go ahead, play that.
So basically what you're saying is the warranty company approved it. You guys did the work, but then at the end, they decided they weren't going to pay it because you guys couldn't provide stuff that, frankly, you couldn't even provide if you had to.
That's exactly correct.
Oh, man, this is an interesting case.
James, how did the approval get to you? Was it via email, a text message? Did somebody from the warranty company call you with an approval? What evidence can we offer to them?
I made the call to the company, and yeah. So
I believe them.
It was all verbal.
I totally believe.
Did they give you some kind of authorization code?
Nope. But I believe
They did
him.
not.
I'm going to tell you why I believe him. Here's something we didn't hear. Before Chelsea even went to him, another dealer called them. Another dealer did all of the diagnostics, including pictures and photos, and Chelsea chose not to have that dealer do the work, but went to Nichols. Now, that's not a gotcha moment, Chelsea. That's just a fact that we didn't know about. So Nichols, James at Nichols assumed all of that diagnostic stuff they wanted and the approval that they had gotten would have been good to go ahead and do it. But because they didn't do the work and he went and did the work, they're claiming they wanted all that work again. They wanted all that done again. He also says that when you dropped off, he said when you dropped off your Suburban, he said you gave him authority to go ahead? You said, I need to get this fixed and to go ahead and do it.
No. So the company that it was at that I took it to originally, the dealer that did the other repairs,
yeah,
they never talked to the warranty company. They had no. I told them about the warranty company.
No, they didn't. They did not
up.
talk to the warranty company. He assumed they did. They had that complete repair broken down as to what you needed on your transmission. He said, along with even a picture of one of the parts that they wanted.
Okay, so what he told me after that was that what they said it needed. I believe they said it needed a TCM. Transmission control module. He said that it didn't even need that, and they couldn't tell what the original dealer said. They couldn't even tell what it needed until they took the transmission apart.
Right.
But that's
and
what
they
they
wanted
thought
authorization to take it apart. And he told you that $1,000 was for disassembly because he couldn't do it himself, and he wanted to be paid for it no matter what. And I'm here, Chelsea. Do you think James set out to cheat you? I'm going to ask you that straight up. Do you think that he set out to cheat you?
No. I don't believe that at all.
No, I don't believe it at all either. And I've been doing this 50
the
years, and I'm going to tell you something.
warranty
I don't think James set out to cheat anybody, and I think James was nervous being on the radio, and I think James screwed up by fixing it. But he said he got the clear impression that it had been looked at before by this other company, and that you had a warranty. You said, why don't you just go ahead and do it? Because you needed your car, you told him. You couldn't wait. Now, is he lying?
No.
So you didn't say go ahead and fix it. So you waived the written warranty, but you did not say. I'm just asking a question. When you waived the written warranty, you did not tell him to go ahead and start repairs.
No.
What did you tell him?
I knew he had to take the transmission apart. So he said he was going to take it apart, get it looked at, and then let me know from there.
Right. And he didn't do that, right? Is that what you're saying? He didn't do that?
No, he called me. That was, I brought the car Monday, the 13th. And then I talked to him on the 17th because he actually took my parents' car there to get fixed while he had my car. And I talked to him on that day, and he said, oh, yeah, I have the car taken apart, and I have everything to send over to the warranty, but that's all we talked about at that time.
Okay. Here's what the problem's going to be, okay? And I know everyone on my staff believes everything you're saying, and they think everything James is saying is a lie. And I don't think either of that is true. I think there is some gray area here, and people he wanted to get your car fixed. He was convinced he was going to get the warranty to pay for it, and it was documented by that previous dealer, and then he said he documented it, and he has documentation, but they won't accept it. Because and we all forget, and this is how convenient it is that my staff all forgot how sleazy warranty companies are. We've never had a warranty company that voluntarily paid for anything, and they look for any excuse they can not to pay for something. But all of a sudden now they're holy, and everyone else are the demons. But, when it comes down to warranty companies, Kevin, tell me about warranty companies. Are they forthright?
Some are. Most of them challenge you every step of the way.
Most of them aren't forthright at all. They're pieces of crap. What's the name of this warranty company? Have we even checked them out? What's the name?
It's called Cars Protection Plus, I believe is what it's called.
And so we're automatically going to believe them and not a company that's been in business since the 70s. And has been serving you for more than 10 years. We're automatically going to believe this Car Protection Plus. That, we're not paying for it now. They had two dealers document this stuff, and they know that you needed a transmission, and there's no reason for them to turn it down. There's no reason for it. They're just looking for
and that's why I tried to get the recordings between them and James, and they won't give it to me.
No, of course they won't, because they're lying to you. Now, I believe they did want more documentation from James, and I believe James probably screwed up too. I believe it. But does it mean you didn't need the work? No, it doesn't. When we talk about substance over form, what is the substance over form? That's what the IRS always says. Substance over form, meaning you needed a transmission. He didn't lie to you about it. Neither did the previous dealer. He documented everything as he went. He still has that documentation. He made the repair, and your car's ready to go. And now he's the bad guy, and the warranty company is holy. I'm sorry, I don't buy this scenario. The warranty company is trying to sleaze out of it any way they can. And the warranty company sucks if you look them up. So what I want to know is, why is it then everyone is believing that a company in business since the 70s, which isn't a small feat in the car business, and this guy has been part owner for 10 or 20 years, how the hell, and they've been serving you faithfully and you've loved them, all of a sudden he's the bad guy? It just doesn't, it didn't add up to me. And I know sometimes people get on a kick and then they do what's called confirmation bias. They look for things to reinforce their belief as opposed to looking at it objectively. I don't mind going after people, but I certainly don't think this is the place to do it. Right now, we should go after the warranty company and say, did she need a transmission or not? Because that's the real substance of it. And what James over at Nichols said is, look, we're not trying to rip off Chelsea. She's been our customer forever. We'll make payment arrangements. We'll do whatever she wants. She can get her car. We just want her to know we did nothing intentionally to try to cheat her. She was going to need a transmission no matter what. And he said you wouldn't have and he said you probably wouldn't have gotten a better price anyway. So Kevin, on that car, you know, $6,600, I don't know, is that a terrible price for, or $6,000? Is that a terrible price for that transmission?
No, it's not. It's in the upper range, but it's well within the range.
Okay.
Yeah, we would have been very similar priced.
Okay. Chelsea, what were you going to say, dear?
We got to take a break.
Oh, that's why I tried to ask James if we could figure something out.
James said he will work with you. He wants you to call him. Okay, here's what I want you to do. Okay. Listen, I got to take a break. I'll come back and tell you what to do. Hold on, right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Another busy afternoon drive throughout the Denver Metro, starting on the far north end of town, I-25 southbound, approaching E470 Northwest Parkway. Crash off on the left shoulder has slow driving. Back from Baseline Road, seeing about 10 minutes of delays when you're heading into the metro area. South of there, a crash in the left lane, I-70 eastbound, approaching Havana. 3 cars involved. Hopefully this one gets all cleared up soon. Further west, Colorado 93 northbound at Golden Gate Canyon Road, a crash blocking 2 right lane. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of radio icon Glenn Beck by focusing on what could be his most enduring legacy, one that almost no one has highlighted until now. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
All right. Vestera Turnkey is a company I'm very familiar with. I'm doing a deal with them now with my investors, and you can do it directly. You want to be a landlord, you can buy a rental. They'll take care of where to buy it, when to buy it, how to buy it, when to sell it, who to manage it. They even take the daily phone calls. It is the best program I've ever seen for people that want to get into rentals, but they don't want to go around fixing faucets and broken locks and getting calls in the middle of the night. If you want to get extraordinary returns, VesteraTurnkey.com, VesteraTurnkey.com. Even if you don't have enough money to do their minimum investment, you can do it through me and my company because I'm doing smaller chunks. Whatever you do, it's great to invest in VesteraTurnkey.com, 303-888-3788. And speaking of real estate, O'Brien Legal Services is available to check all real estate deals everywhere, anytime, for anything. Hey, let's say you're buying a home and you want them to go over closing docs, or let's say you're having a dispute over an easement, or let's say something else came up with O'Brien with real estate. If you're a landlord, you want to write a new lease and make sure you're within the new laws of Colorado. They're very tricky. They can do it at O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-3788, O'Brien Legal Services.
is your financial.
Yep.
Nope. Break to break.
Man, do we go straight to break?
Correct.
I have nothing left.
Correct.
Not even a second for me to say more on that case after this.
You have negative time.
Okay,
You
screw
are
you.
Over by about 15 seconds.
I'm taking a
Yep.
break. I'll be right
Yep.
back.
Do that.
I'm sure my people are pissed at me anyway.
I blame Mark.
Well, you know what? Are these guys listening or not? Are they all tuned out?
Doc, maybe. I don't know.
Guys? Kevin? Anybody?
Nope. Nope.
They're not.
They're not.
We need
Kelly and
what
I
they
are.
what they have to do is refine their picker. They need a
Refine
better
their picker?
They need a better picker for picking bad guys.
Yeah.
You ever listen to one of these commercials for Orchard, the real estate, where they say you can move? How do they give you the money to put down on your new house? I mean, 99% of people use the money from the sale of their house to buy a new one. What?
Sure sounds like it.
And so what? They advance you the money? I mean,
Well, I think they purchase your house at a discount, and then once your house sells is when they finalize. So in other words, you get a little bit of the, say you got an $800,000 house, they give you $7, and then once it closes and you get this final figures, then you get the balance.
if they sell it at the 800,000,
If they sell it for less, then yeah. That's how I understand it.
right?
I think the biggest advantage to that is if you have a house that needs repairs, you don't feel like doing them to sell it.
Right.
You just pull the plug, move.
Or if you're moving out of town.
Sure. You got to be careful because you're on your own. You don't have an agent working for you.
Right.
So that could be.
Gotta call Frank Duran.
That could be dangerous. Everybody thinks they're an expert at everything. Yeah, we took it live over there on K-Way.
I didn't hear the whole exchange. I want to.
According to the White House official, President Trump asked President Zelensky to leave after their Oval Office exchange. Zelensky leaving the White House.
You know, funny thing, we were talking last show about phones listening and all the other.
Yeah.
You know what I found on my Facebook when I was screwing around? An ad for the Mustang Museum in Boulder.
No shit.
Remember we talked
Yeah,
about
we
that?
talked about the
I
Mustang.
didn't Google it. I didn't look it. I didn't do
What's that, Kevin?
We were joking back and forth about the phones listening.
Oh.
And we were talking about the Mustang Museum that's up in Boulder. And I was like, Boulder, no kidding, yak, yak, yak. And then we just dropped it. It wasn't long. And I was playing around on Facebook, and an ad pops up for that museum.
Really?
Yeah. And it's kind of like,
That's amazing.
yeah. Total coinky dink or.
Kimberly and I, 5 years ago, Kimberly and I were driving up to Avon to meet the rest of her family for the weekend. And first and only time in my life, I had a discussion about skin tags. Because I found like a little poppy seed. And I said, Kimberly, what is it? It's very scary. And she goes, oh no, that's a skin tag. I said, okay, thanks. Never before or since I've ever talked about skin tags. The following morning, I got a junk email about skin tags. And that hasn't happened before or since. The following morning, Kevin.
To have the
It happens all the time. It's amazing.
Kimberly Museum kick up after we were talking about it. Of all things, how remote or obscure is that?
Yeah, how remote or obscure is a skin tag commercial?
Yep.
In my email.
I chuckled when I saw that. Oh my God.
Now watch. Tomorrow I'm going to get another email about
Skin
skin
tags.
tags. That word hasn't left my mouth since then.
You're gonna get one tomorrow morning.
Yeah, this is what I fully expect to happen.
I used to just pull those off. They drive me crazy.
I ended up shaving it off.
Yep. My ex used to take a piece of hair, take a loop around it.
Oh, sure, pinch it off, yeah.
You gotta be tough. Come on. Yeah, it just gives me breathe a little sometimes. But, you know.
I didn't even notice when I shaved it off.
Yeah.
So a mechatronics unit in the transmission is the same as a valve body?
That's what I thought. What do they call it?
Mechatronics unit? Oops. Mechatronics unit.
Where did they get that from? So they did have diagnosis. That's what I'm curious. Where did they get that?
Oh, a phone call from Nicholas Auto Repair. requested a transmission rebuilt due to a failed mechatronics unit.
MECH.
Mechatronics, one word. And I look at pictures of them, and they kind of look like valve. That's one word, mechatronics.
10 seconds, guys.
Apart under leftist rule. Let's talk Friday about how it can be fixed and how Republicans can win statewide again. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Let's go to the phones. Let's try to get this show on the road. We've had a lot going on, and I want to take a caller who've been waiting earlier today. One Clear Choice Garage Doors will take care of all of your garage door needs. I love these people, whether it's the spring, the opener, the hinges, the cables, the opener itself, the door, any part of the door, 24/7 service if you need it. One Clear Choice Garage Doors, and the site is oneclearchoicedoors.com. oneclearchoicedoors.com. All the prices on that website, 720-370-3987. Now, Chelsea, here's what we're going to do. Bottom line, I believe that James and this auto shop's been around too long that I'm going to side with a warranty company. Now, he may have technically not gone through the proper process. That's possible. But I also believe it's possible they misled him when he called. And they said, just take it apart. They wouldn't pay for taking it apart. That's why you paid. He took it apart and he documented everything it needed while he fixed it. Now, technically, they say he should have called back first. Now, what I think is they do anything to try to get out of paying, just like any warranty company, and Kevin will tell you that. Most warranty companies will. But here's the bottom line. If it truly did need that stuff, I think you should get paid for it, whether he did the technicality or not. And I don't think he did it to screw you. I think he did it because he knew you were desperate to get your car. And you've been going there for 10 years. This place has been open since the 70s. And I choose to side with them as opposed to a warranty company. And I say we go after the warranty company. So that's what we're going to do. That is, if I can get the love affair broken with my staff. And then they go after the warranty company for payment. Because the substance is, it needed a transmission, period. No one's denying that. Even your first shop. No one's denying you needed a transmission. So what we need to do is document it needed a transmission. And maybe even start small claims court against this warranty company. That's what I would do. And I think you'll win. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's give this to somebody to work on that believes in going after the warranty company, please. I think that's what we need. Someone who's going to take a fresh look at this and say, look, 99% of the time, warranty companies are sleazy pieces of crap, not upstanding, wonderful citizens. So let's go after it with that in mind. Paul, welcome to the show. What's going on with you, Paul?
Well, I am calling back because several weeks ago I called in and my Chevy truck had been down in October. I was coming home from South Dakota and it quit on me.
Oh, yeah.
So the short of the story is I took it to Chevy and they misdiagnosed it as a high pressure.
When did you call? I remember this call. When was it?
It's been over 3 weeks ago, I believe.
Yeah. And you called, and Chopper worked with you, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And tell me how. So tell me what happened.
I took the truck. Well, I went to them with the misdiagnosis. This was with Spradley Chevrolet Hyundai here in Pueblo, and I told them that it was still throwing the same code that it was throwing before they diagnosed it and was supposed to have fixed what the problem was. it was pretty expensive for the high pressure fuel pump.
Right. So what happened?
And so they took it back. They re-diagnosed it and said it was a fuel rail, which was another $2,800. And I told them, I'm not paying that. You guys misdiagnosed the first one. And so initially they told me to walk. So I told them I was going to try to find an attorney or somebody. And
right.
That's when I called you all.
Right.
And they did call me back, and they did say that they would do the repair without charging me. And they did. It is fixed.
That's
it's
great.
Running
man.
right.
That is great. I'm really happy. I'm really
They
happy
did
about
not
that.
charge me for it.
That is so cool. I'm glad that you were able to do it.
I wanted to be. Yeah, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's a shitty truck, so give them a chance to stand behind their product.
Was this a Silverado, by the way?
But anyway, I told Chopper I'd call you back.
Yep.
Yes, it was.
All right,
diesel,
so I think that
3.0 diesel.
I think Chopper wanted he's looking for my dinger, and there you go, Chopper. You get the dinger for that. I should give him some applause too. Anyway, but thank you, Paul, for letting us know. And of course, that goes out to the dealer who came through in the end. So thank you for letting us know that, Paul. 303-713-8255. All right. Woo! What else are we going to talk about? Stump the Mechanic. Deputy D, never without surprises, has come up with another set of questions. D, are you ready to stump the mechanic?
Yeah, I'm still wrapped up in my love affair with a warranty company, but let me break away from that for a second.
No, all I suggested was we were all globbing on to the warranty company, assuming they were 100% correct, never even thinking, well, wait a minute, have we ever had a warranty company lie to us before? Anyway.
Well, we have. However, I'll send you an email about it. But let's play Stump the Mechanic because
and here's
Sharon
another thing. Here's another thing
Yes.
I really want to get across to people. The spirited discussions we have about disagreements about problems should never come down to who's right and who's wrong. It should come down to what is the consumer, how can we help the consumer the most we can, and who's the real bad guy here. I mean, it's not whether I'm right or Mark's right or you're right. I don't give a damn. If it turns out that this guy's a scumbag and he's lying to us and they will let the recording, let us hear the recording, I'll be all for it. But here's one thing mysterious. They won't let us hear that recording. They won't let her hear the recording. Yet they claim that they told him what they needed. But they won't let us hear it. Now, wouldn't that be the easiest thing to do to clear this up? Let's hear the recording. Let's hear when he called. That would clear it up. And I would stand corrected. I would say, you know what? I am corrected. The warranty company was telling the truth all along. But right now, I'm not ready to do that based on my past experience. But hell, I don't have much experience. Maybe I ought to just go by, what that woman thinks of the mechanic she's been going to for 10 years. She loves him. She said, I was surprised. I asked her off the air, do you think this guy did anything wrong? I mean, does anyone really truly believe that he needed a $6,000 repair so badly that he was going to chance screwing a consumer of 10 years and getting collection from a warranty company? Anybody believe that? Really, truly. Look at it in its totality. Does it make sense?
No. I think none of us suggested that.
I think what happened, well, everyone actually suggested it. I think that what I think happened is he might have screwed up. I don't think he did the proper process, but I think he was misguided by them on the phone. And Kevin, we've had that happen before. Well, they'll misguide you on the phone. They say, I'll just document everything. We'll take care of it. I mean, it has been done before. If it hadn't been done before, I'd say that's impossible. Warranty companies never, ever, ever say anything wrong, ever.
No.
Mark, go ahead.
That's not accurate. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
Well, there's
the craziest thing just happened. I had another car smash into me. I'm going to go get it repaired, and then I'm going to call my warranty company after I call Excel Roofing and get a new roof on, and then I'm going to call up my homeowners and make sure they pay for it.
Mark, you know what? You totally are making no sense. Here's what we have. we simply have a woman who came to him, and nowhere, we should mention, on the paperwork does it ever even mention a warranty. Okay, never. And
He
it's
does. He acknowledges it.
okay, yes, he did. And what he said was he called the warranty company. He's not saying he didn't call them. He said he called them and they told him to take it apart. They're not going to pay for teardown. And then if he documents everything.
That's what they do.
And if he documents everything as he goes, they will pay for the repair if it's the transmission. If it's anything more than the transmission, he has to let them know. He said he did exactly that. Now they're saying he shouldn't have fixed it. So I don't know why.
Kevin, would you have ever done it without an approval number ever?
No, it's not standard procedure,
Okay.
but I
Now-
agree he didn't do it maliciously. I don't think he did
What
it
I'm
to
saying,
steal
Mark,
from
I don't
anybody.
think the guy did it maliciously either.
I think he
No,
screwed
he
up. I
screwed up.
told you that.
He did.
I told you that I think he screwed up. But I think that I'm hesitant to say that he owes her that transmission just because of that. I think
the
the
warranty company, without ever looking at it, would never pay in a million years.
Well, guess what,
just
Mark?
like my
Guess what,
homeowners
Mark?
would never
I'm going to
pay.
disagree with you because we've had cases exactly like this where the guy did not get pre-approval, but we showed that he actually needed it. It would have been covered, and we got it covered. Now, tell me you don't remember cases like that. We have cases all day long. I'm not saying it's the ideal thing to do. Now, it would be different if the guy did a bunch of other repairs that they didn't need. But if it needed a transmission and he documented it and he has that documentation, including photos at his shop, and he can show that to the warranty company, there is no reason they should not pay simply because it went out of their procedure. We've had all
I'm the
kinds of
only
insurance
one
companies.
who read the contract.
What's that?
I read the contract.
Which contract?
Tom, I'm the only one here who read the contract with her warranty company. And here's what it says in bold letters. Your repair facility must provide us with an estimate for the covered repair in order to obtain an authorization number before any repairs have begun.
Okay, and
All capitals.
so
Any
Dimitri,
repairs
hold
performed
on.
prior to
Excuse me,
authorization will
Dimitri,
be denied.
excuse me, please.
Yes.
You're reading a
Go
contract
ahead.
between a consumer and a warranty company. You're not reading a contract between a mechanic and the customer or a mechanic and the warranty company. That mechanic is not bound by that contract.
No, of course not. I made no such representation.
What you said was
But
you're
this
the
is-
only
this
one
is
that
the
read the contract. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah,
does that mean that
what that
somehow
means, this is-
that mechanic is supposed to know what that contract says and abide by it?
Not at all. This is the reason the warranty company is denying the claim.
That's right.
Any repairs
And I'm
performed
gonna
prior
ask
to
you something.
authorization will be denied.
And I'm going to ask you something. If a warranty company wanted to get out of a repair, and God knows that never happens, let's say they wanted to get out of a repair, is it possible that they could say to a mechanic, just go ahead, do this, this, and this, we'll take care of it? Is it possible that the mechanic, not seeing that contract, not knowing he needed a number, not knowing he needed this, not knowing he needed that, is it possible that on the good faith of his customer he had for 10 years and a phone call to a warranty company, is it possible he just wanted to get her down the road and he fixed the transmission thinking he would be paid? Of course it's possible. And what I'm saying is to
it's
assume
possible.
otherwise is ridiculous. Why would anyone even do a repair on the off chance they're not going to get paid? No one would do it in their right mind. I am saying he might have screwed up because he did not know the terms and conditions of that contract. And I wonder why. Who could have given him that contract to read? Who could have given it to him? He wouldn't have gotten it out of the sky. She would have had to have given it to him. She was the one under contract. She should have said to him, by the way, you need this, this, and this. Because it was her contract, not his. You see, we're putting all the burden on a guy who someone bought a vehicle to be repaired. And you know, Kevin, I'm surprised you're not chiming up more, knowing how sleazy these warranty companies are. You know, we're not talking about a fly-by-night mechanic who was in business for 5 minutes.
Nope.
Let Kevin talk. Let Kevin talk on what you just asked him.
No, it's you got to dot every I and cross every T. I mean, that's the whole point with the warranties. Absolutely, they're sleazy, and that's why you got to do your due diligence and do it right.
Okay.
And that's not up to her. That was up to the mechanic.
And what if the mechanic did not know he needed an authorization number? What if he took that verbal assurance on a record? Hold on. What if he took that verbal assurance as gospel? What if he did? What if he took that verbal assurance as gospel? And you know, all I asked him. I just asked the warranty company, you know what? Let's hear the recording. It'll put it all to rest. If you told him he needed to call back for an authorization number, let's hear it. And guess what? They won't show it. They won't let us listen to it. So what I think she should do is sue the warranty company.
I think you could call 100 shops, and every shop would have had the approval. You can call 100 and cold call them right now. Every single shop wouldn't have done anything till they had the approval.
So does that mean?
I don't know why he did. I have no idea.
So does that mean that a woman who brought a car to a shop and signed a work invoice, never referencing a warranty, and also, hold on a second, and also waived her right to a written estimate and gave verbal approval according to that contract in his notes, she gave verbal approval that day to start repairs. So you're telling me, based on that, he had to have gotten that and should have known the terms and conditions of a warranty company that he never dealt with before. So that's what you're telling me. And the fact that he didn't do it means he shouldn't get paid.
After 50 years in business, if he didn't know how to deal with a warranty company, like every other person that's on our referral list, or quite frankly is breathing, he's a moron in my opinion.
All right.
And in my
Mark,
opinion,
I don't need you calling
he should
people
be
names.
paying
You know
for
what?
this.
You
It's
need a
not
better
her
picker.
fault.
You need a better picker when you're picking bad guys because you're off base here, okay? It takes me something to want to destroy a business, and I'm not likely to do it just because a guy he believed a warranty company. And you know what? Here's the deal. Just because he didn't know how to deal with a warranty company. So my question is this. Dimitri, I'll ask you. So he shouldn't get paid.
Okay.
That's what we're saying. He should give her that transmission.
No.
Then what are we saying?
Hold on.
What are we saying?
I think Mark's position. Was, look, the guy really should have known better because he's been in business for decades.
Okay, now my question is, he didn't. So now what?
Companies.
Now what? He didn't. Now what? So he doesn't get paid? He can't enforce the work order?
No,
what?
I think an equitable solution would be to have Chelsea pay what she would have paid as her deductible or copay or whatever they call it, and they kind of split it this way. It's a little bit of splitting the baby, but she should pay what she would have had to pay.
And how do we know what that is?
I'd like to address. It's in the contract actually.
How much is it?
There's a maximum per hour pay in there. I think the maximum they'll pay is $60 an hour.
So what about parts?
So I think that's one way to reach a resolution.
What about parts?
Yeah, I haven't seen that part.
Well, let's
yet.
let's see what that comes out to be. Let's see what that comes out to be. One thing I know for sure, we shouldn't drag this guy through the dirt. We shouldn't. Just because he screwed up dealing with a warranty company. You know what? I'll bet you the first time Kevin dealt with a warranty company, he had to learn some lessons. This guy, it's not, I don't know how many times this guy dealt with warranty companies. I have no idea. But if we're trying to make the case that he screwed up and therefore lost $6,000, I'm not for it. And if he screwed up, he didn't do it intentionally to try to get. Why does he care where he gets $6,000 from? Whether it's from a customer or a warranty company, the money is green no matter where it comes from. Why would he purposely do that? He wouldn't. But the case we were making is that this guy was trying to screw her, and that's how I came into this case. We got more coming up. We're done discussing it.
Retirement planning
Until
doesn't
my
have to
fucking
be
name comes off the show, we're done
Zach Welch
discussing it.
Show with John Becker and Sarah Nugent-Knoll of Exact Benefits. Saturdays at 6 a.m. right here on 630 KHOW.
You, buddy, go for it.
All right, so let's talk about Zero Res Denver. It says zero res because it means zero residue put down when they do it. But something else, it's zero residue when they're done because they take out the these residue from earlier cleanings and all the pathogens and all the crap and dust and debris from the old stuff. So you have carpets that look clean, feel clean, and are like new. Another thing you have with Zero Res, cleaning indoor air quality. So your carpets look clean, feel clean, everything's clean. They do upholstery, they do tile and grout, they do any hard surface. They can even do mattresses. And another thing they will do is duct work. So if you want it done right now, starting tomorrow, you get 3 rooms, $109, $75 off discounts. Discount for duct. Call and get in line. 303-471-5150. It's the Martino special. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. If you are looking for a company to help you through retirement or get ready for retirement, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies concentrates on that. Making sure you have the right insurances, making sure you have the right long-term care, making sure you have the right income structures or investments or whatever you need to shore it up. Not just what they call elements of a retirement plan, not just elements, but an entire retirement plan. If you ever wonder, well, what do they do and how do they charge? Just call them and ask them. They'll go over your plan for you and what it would cost or what it means and what you'll save. rpcenter.com, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com.
There's a schedule that the manufacturer gives them for repairs. Is that true?
Say that again.
I bring my car into...
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yep. There's a schedule for, let's say, brake repair. That Hyundai says this is what we will pay for that repair.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Well, each manufacturer is different. You mean what they're going to pay under warranty?
No. Are there set rules for doing something that's not under warranty? In other words, they can charge you whatever they want? Really?
Because there's different labor rates through different Hyundai dealers, and parts markup is typically list, but some do list
Tom,
plus.
do you want me to discuss what she agreed to that in the context of potentially suing the warranty company? You're not going to like it, but it's valuable info.
Go ahead. What does it say?
She agreed to arbitrate this.
Good.
And the losing party is also going to... No, well, it's not that good. It'll cost more to arbitrate this than the transmission is worth. And also the losing party also agrees to cover the arbitration costs of the winning party. And it costs a fortune to arbitrate stuff.
And if they don't have a physical presence in Denver, it's going to be hard to serve them. Is that correct, Tom?
Well, he just said it doesn't matter, and he's right if that's what she signed. That's another reason I hate these fucking companies.
Okay, I'll pass that along. Thanks so much. Okay.
Where? Oh, not to exceed the value of the vehicle.
Sure. So they're not capping it. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I haven't found anything about capping.
Some cap them, especially
that.
the 30 day, 90 day one.
An issue with a road sign.
They have so many outs. In this
I think we should give as much documentation as we can to this warranty company and appeal to them that they would have fixed it anyway. It is just a matter of fucking technicalities. So why don't we do that? We've done that in the past. I don't know why all of a sudden we don't want to help this warranty. We don't want to go after this warranty company. I just don't understand it. Anybody have stock in it? Cars Protection Plus? What the fuck is it? It's the worst fucking company. Look at their fucking Google.
They have
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. As Dimitri aptly brought out, he read further into that contract. She can't take him to small claims court because she signed an arbitration clause. And not only that, but she has to pay for it if she loses, or no matter what, she'll have to pay for her side, right? Anyway, so here's the bottom line. She can't go to small claims court. I think we need to call them and say, look, if this was truly done, he screwed up. Well, let's all say he screwed up. Okay, we love saying that. He screwed up, he screwed up, he screwed up, he screwed up. He didn't get a number. He didn't do anything. He went and fixed it. He said because she was begging him to get it fixed quickly. But let's just say he's a lying thief and he screwed up. She needed a transmission and she got one. Now all I'm saying is this: why wouldn't they pay for it? If it cost a reasonable amount and it's what she needed anyway, why won't they pay what they would have paid anyway? Why? What technicality would keep them from paying? If truly he has all of the documentation sitting in his shop, I think that's reasonable to ask them. What harm would it do to pay this claim if they would have paid it anyway? The only difference is he didn't call and get a number. Now, yeah, did he screw up? Yes. If he didn't call and get a number, if he wasn't privy to the terms and conditions of the contract, and he didn't abide by that contract, which, by the way, he never signed, then okay, he screwed up. Let's call him a screw up every time we refer to him. But at least let's try to get the warranty company to pay what they would have paid for anyway, had it been for a number. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. Heather, you have a problem. Go ahead, Heather. What's going on?
Yeah. So my husband was driving home from work in the middle of the day in December, heading east on I-70, and the state actually has a road barrier sign there on the border of the Aurora-Watkins line to close down the highway whenever there's some adverse weather.
Yeah.
Usually that is chained back, and that day, for whatever reason, it was not. And so it swung open immediately in front of my husband as he was passing.
Oh, man.
There's no way he could stop in time. It was literally right in front of him.
So they didn't secure it or anything? They just
75 miles an hour, and there was somebody on the right.
They just left it hanging in the wind or what?
Right. They did not.
Who's in charge of that?
Well, there was a chain on it. My husband, after he hit the sign, he went out there and brought back the signs and tried to secure it again. It was just there with a simple hook. There was no simple way or no way of really securing it. It's
was
just
it
like
wind? Was it wind that did it, Heather?
That was there. I think so. But shouldn't it be held back a little better than that and not come out into?
I know what case you're
roadway?
making.
I mean,
I know what case
my
you're
husband
making.
was driving in a.
Yeah, I know what case you're making. They were negligent, right?
They were, yes.
Yeah.
We were in a Silverado, so luckily we weren't hurt. There was no injuries.
Wow.
And our Silverado it saved us. It was just the front bumper and the side of the truck that got damaged.
The way this is
but
done.
Imagine if you're in a smaller car or a
I know, but are you
motorcycle.
calling for the other cars, or are you calling to get paid for what happened to yours? I got to find out why you're calling.
I'm calling to get paid for mine.
Good. How much are your damages?
We documented everything. We did the prepper. About $8,800.
Okay. Will they not pay?
No, they are claiming that they are not liable because they didn't realize there was a problem before our incident.
Which is true if that's true. If that's true, that's true because of government immunity. But there's something else, though, that you could do. You could use your insurance. It would not be charged against you. Your comprehensive insurance. I don't know if they'd make you use collision. I think it's comp. But they would go after the state for you to collect. How much is your deductible? Well, do you have a deductible?
Well, we would hope that that's the case.
No, you're not going to be charged for this.
Yeah, we do. It's $250, so it's not.
No,
it's
I meant
not
you're not going to be. You're not going to be charged.
We just don't want it on our record.
What I meant was you're not going to be charged. It's not going to be surcharged against you. If it was a road hazard
Break when you can,
that happened, they're not going to charge it against you. But why do you only have a $250 deductible? Oh. My gosh.
when I originally got insurance way back in the day, that's what my father told me to do, and so I've always had it. It's great when we actually have a claim because it's just
it is, but the problem is
the
problem is with a $250 deductible. Just as an aside, if you have a $1,000 claim or a $2,000 claim or a $3,000 claim, most people won't put it in anyway. So you're paying too much for a $250 deductible when you won't even put in a claim unless it's $2,000 or more. Whatever your tolerance is what your deductible should be. That's all I'm saying, is that it doesn't pay for the few times you're going to use it to pay for the lower deductible. Now, if you were going to use it all the time, that would be different. But normally, I'll bet you won't put in a claim for $2,000, would you?
Probably not.
So
We're pretty
therefore,
safe drivers.
but therefore, you're putting a $250 deductible on there for no reason. So I would put a $2,000. I mean, I'm just saying, if you look at the rates, you'll see how much money you would save doing that. I think that the state should pay for it. I mean, they make exceptions all the time for government immunity if they do something like a screw up. But if they don't, your insurance will not charge you for this. When I say charge you, I don't mean the deductible. They won't charge it against you if it's written up the right way. It's a comprehensive, and it was their gate that swung open. Are you satisfied that you talked to the enough people at the state, or do you want us to try? Deputy Doc, do you want to try calling up at the state and see where maybe she didn't go up high enough? Is he there? Is Doc there?
See, we haven't gotten very far at all.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot,
certainly
Tom.
Seems like this certainly seems like it should be a dangerous condition of a public highway.
Heather, I totally agree with you. And now that you put them on notice, I totally agree with you. But when you call about your problem and then you call about the universal problem, there's two different things. I totally agree with you on the universal problem. Totally. And I would hope that when Deputy Doc calls them, they're going to be aware of this, because he's going to tell them, look, you've been put on notice now. You guys got to make sure that those gates are not just hung there by one little hook. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
A couple slowdowns north of the Denver Metro. We've got a new stall, I-25 southbound at Erie Parkway, exit 232. A center lane blocked. A stop and go back from Fort Lupton, and about 10 minutes of delays added to your commute. And it doesn't clear up there. Just south of there, a recent accident, I-25 southbound at Northwest Parkway has been cleared up. Still seeing slow traffic as things clean up there as well. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of, for our money, the best gas station and convenience store in the world, Buc-ee's. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, if you're ever in an accident where there's an injury, I want you to call John Fuller. Now, you can always call the show, but we would call John Fuller. He's our expert. John will give you information free of charge, no obligation ever to hire him. If you need to know about your accident, what it's worth, where to go, what to do, and he'll do all that free. If you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. You even get his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. He believes in direct communication, even before you hire him. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Callfuller.com.
You still have to follow procedures.
I absolutely agree.
With any insurance. You can't put a roof on your house after a hailstorm and then file a claim. Even if, they got to get a chance to, like you said, be slow.
In the arbitration provision, it will cost her more than the transmission.
Guys,
costs.
let me explain something. Can I explain something to you since I hear you talking about this?
Of course.
Listen.
Sure. Yeah.
You're right with insurance. The homeowner is insured. The homeowner can't hire a roofer to put on a roof and expect the insurance to pay before going through the proper process, because the homeowner is the one bound by the insurance contractor. But if the roofer did do the roof and the homeowner does not get coverage, the roofer still
needs to get paid. Yes.
So you see, what you're thinking is that the roofer is somehow bound by the insurance terms and conditions, and the roofer is not.
No.
That's not the roofer, but the customer wanting to be reimbursed for it or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. No, but that's what I was saying. I don't think the warranty company would have covered this tranny anyway.
Why?
It's only 100 miles since she bought it.
160.
They're going to call pre-existing. Well, 100, 200, whatever, pre-existing.
I'd like to know.
That would have been an uphill fight.
In fact, I'd like to ask him what the hell was wrong with the transmission. I never even found out. Did anyone find out?
No, I think it would have been an uphill fight.
Yeah, I did.
To get
what
that
was
coverage.
wrong with it, Dimitri?
The valve body had to be replaced. It's called the Mechatronic unit, and Kevin looked it up. It looks exactly like a valve body.
Yeah, it's a valve body problem.
So Kevin, would that necessitate the entire transmission?
Well, no, but it's you can certainly do it without pulling the transmission out if that's all there was. But there may have been other damage that was.
Here's what I want to ask you though: would that have been considered pre-existing? Do you think?
Very easily, yeah. Just the miles alone, it would have been a fight.
How many miles were on it again? 115 or something?
Well, 160, but I'm talking about the mileage from purchase.
That's what I meant. Do you know how many miles on this used truck? I didn't even find out.
Yes, 119,000.
Yeah, it would have been an argument for sure.
It would have been a battle. It would have. There's no guarantee they would have paid.
I know. We're assuming they would have.
No, I wouldn't assume it at all. I would assume they wouldn't, figuring it would have been more of a fight to get the coverage.
This is so much more interesting than Drew's Enema calls.
I don't know. I Can't Go number 2 is pretty good.
Hey, Tom, the problem with that contract...
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Oh, God.
The problem with the contract, Tom, it has a Luna clause.
Yes, I know.
I want that to be my
Luna
ringtone.
clause.
Never sign a contract with a Luna clause.
Dragon, can you upload the number 2 quote to Kevin's phone so it becomes his default ringtone?
No, let it be his text
Anytime
message.
somebody calls. And scramble the password so he can't change it back. Well, I'm ready to stump the mechanic.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Hello?
I still can't believe Mark wanted me to visit him when I was back in New Jersey.
I always envisioned Drew as sort of like this 40-year-old fat schlub. And it turns out he's like a 65-year-old skinny guy.
Yeah.
Pretty old. I think he's much older than that, isn't he? He sure sounds like it. I thought he was like in his 80s. Or
Maybe he is. But I hate to say 80 is old.
Right, but
it's tough when you get past that when you're making fun of people.
That's right. I can't make fun of people anymore.
Look at that old fart. He's 72.
I know when I do my AARP stuff, and they say, they're taking advantage of me. I'm old and blah, blah. Oh, I'm 62. I say, you're not old at 62, It's like the new 40. You can't claim that.
It's tough to get old.
Well, like I've always said.
My mom's starting to...
I'm sorry,
A little
Kevin.
bit, yeah. I called her the other day to say, hey.
10 seconds, guys.
The next day she called...
Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Man, I hate to bring this back up again, but I don't know if Mark's still listening, but we never even examined that possibility. So Deputy D and Kevin, Doc, we're talking about this warranty, right? Assuming that had he done it the correct way, it would have been paid for, and she would have been, or at least a good part of it would have been paid for. But Kevin, you're saying there's a good possibility on high mileage used vehicles that warranty claims will be turned down for normal wear and tear.
Especially as rapid. It only had 160 miles on it since issue of the policy. So I think it's more than likely it would have been turned down.
Right, because what could
as
she have
opposed to
done
more
in
than likely
160
paid.
miles? What could have actually broken down in 160
Exactly.
miles? And if it was a throttle
And the
body and
burden
other
of-
things, it's
Right.
more
The burden
likely
of
wear
proof
and
would have
tear.
been on them, and the burden of proof would have been on her and the shop to prove that it was a failure that would have been covered.
We should
And that's
ask
tough.
this
That's
mechanic.
Tough sled.
We should ask this mechanic exactly, was it normal wear and tear, or was there some catastrophic failure? In fact,
Yep.
Can we try to get him on? Kachina, I talked to him, ask him if he'll come on. And I want to ask him that question about what was wrong with it. Really, I do. Because if it turns out it wasn't going to be paid for anyway, I mean, that's going to change everything.
Sure.
Then she might want to take him up on those payment arrangements.
They
303-713.
can work it out.
713-8255. Okay, Stump the Mechanic. Go ahead, D.
All right, now that Sheridan Autotech is here next to me, Kevin, you're a great resource. And here's my question for you. I am the only person I know who buys the octane rating that is actually specifies in my car's manual, which is 87. Okay. Everyone else I know whose specifications are either 87 or 91 buys the cheap 85 gasoline. And they don't think there's anything wrong with them. That is counter to my position. Kevin, why am I right? And what's going to happen to people's cars when they buy the lower than required octane-rated gasoline?
Well, you're not always right. Sometimes nothing will happen with the lower octane. I think each car individually, you have to, and I always tell people, put the good stuff in and see what kind of mileage you get. If it's increased a bunch, then it's, there's not always a benefit.
I know someone whose Volkswagen automobile began knocking like a diesel when they put 85 in it.
If you're noticing drivability issues, then yeah, you got to buy the upgraded fuel. But some cars, it's a waste of money for the upgraded fuel.
With some cars, yes.
It's an absolute, just play it as you go.
But in the matter of a car that actually begins to make that knocking sound, isn't that indicative of tremendous damage that's being caused by pre-ignition?
Not necessarily. Continued use at that, yes. But not just in intermittent stuff. No.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Didn't stop
All right,
you.
how about the next one?
Okay. Kevin, I think one of the most neglected services in an automobile is replacing the automatic transmission fluid. Okay. And people typically wait for their transmission to fail or begin to act up in some way before they do it. Can you please let us know why it's a great idea that people like me exchange the ATF in their automobile at a regular interval and long before any signs of trouble develop?
Well, yeah, the fluid breaks down over time and the filter can plug up over time because as clutches and other components in the transmission wear out, there's debris inside the transmission, and you need to get that and the old fluid out of there. So, yeah, I mean, they say lifetime, sealed transmissions never needs. It's all garbage. Some you can't get the filter out, granted, but at least get the fluid changed. There's no lifetime anything.
All right, we have to take a break again. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
A couple slowdowns north of the Denver Metro. We've got a new stall, I-25 southbound at Erie Parkway, exit 232. A center lane blocked, a stop and go back from Fort Lupton, and about 10 minutes of delays added to your commute. And it doesn't clear up there. Just south of there, a recent accident, I-25 southbound at Northwest Parkway has been cleared up. Still seeing slow traffic as things clean up there as well. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of, for our money, the best gas station and convenience store in the world, Buc-ee's. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Not many places give prices on the phone. So why does the Art of Granite choose to do it? Because they're so proud of their deals, and they know that their pricing is simple. There's wholesale on all countertop materials, or free if you can get a piece big enough from their remnant yard. Then they tear out and haul away free. They also have incentives like free edge treatments, backsplashes, or kitchen sinks, or bathrooms. So they can give you a price on the phone that'll come pretty damn close. You pay for fabrication and installation. That's it. Theartofgranite.com. Get your price right now. Describe your project, and they'll tell you what it'll cost. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. Theartofgranite.com.
I just want to warn everybody about the shed company.
What are you listening to?
No, I think it's my own memory.
His own what?
He's laughing still about the lady with the shed.
She went to jail and
she went to jail and everything, and she wanted to warn us about the shed company.
And now I think she's been sent to Gitmo, and she's calling us from there to warn us about the shed company. Oh my God.
I do have a name that tune for you.
Okay.
That no one will ever get.
Yeah.
Except for me.
Oh.
I swear.
Sounds rigged.
Well, it's not rigged. It's just fact.
You know, I still don't understand all these drug commercials. They must be working. But I can tell you, when I was practicing,
I didn't even know if anybody was done to.
the amount of advertising for drug had
Do you
absolutely...
ever have people come in and say, I want this drug?
Yes, and I would say, if you trust me enough to be my patient, you have to trust me enough to give you the medication that I think is the best. Sometimes it may be this, sometimes it may be that, but I'm not going to give you just because you're advertised on TV. And my patients understood that.
Well, that and I don't get a kickback on that.
What? No, there was never kickbacks. In the old days, they used to be able to take us on
Vacations.
Okay.
not vacations, but they would pay for dinners and stuff like that.
Yep.
But
Hey, Tom, are you done with Heather?
Even if they gave a presentation,
Yeah, because I told her Doc was going to call over there.
It couldn't go off.
Doc was going to call
off
the
script.
state and see if he could get the, see if she could put in a claim somewhere that would actually listen to her.
Okay. By the way, Teresa called back, just so you know.
They're going to give the Russians the red part, and the Ukraine's going to keep the blue part,
Heather, we're gonna
and that's
go
going to
ahead and
be
escalate this
the
to one of our
compromise.
deputies to do a little bit more of a deeper dive into your case. I just need to know what a good...
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yeah, I know.
And that's 720-272-7498. I'll go ahead and pass that. His name is, we call him Deputy Doc. His name is Ken, but he'll be calling you a little bit later to, probably after the show when we wrap it too, and get some more of a little more information so that we can help you out. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah?
There's some guy named Zelensky on line 4 who was complaining about
30 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, so Do we have any? No, we don't have any other callers. I just want to tell you that Dan McKenzie will do your will, your trust, lower prices, direct conversations, person-to-person estate planning. He's a great guy. And a lot of us around here use him. Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law, our exclusive go-to guy for your estate planning of all kinds. 833-CO plans. 833-CO plans. So, okay. So, Dimitri, do you have any other interesting questions?
Yes, I do. This is a stumper for
Now,
Kevin
I want to
from
try to
Sheridan
take
Auto
one
Tech.
before Kevin and see if I can get it. Go ahead.
Okay, so Tom, you'll go first.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, about a year or two ago, I was driving my beloved 4Runner. The windows were rolled down, and I stopped at a red light, and I heard a very quiet turbocharger engine coming out from under the hood. It sounded like this. And I glanced at my dashboard, and guess what light came on?
What? Okay. You heard.
And
Yeah.
I immediately knew what was wrong. I drove to my friend's garage, and I made the repair myself.
Okay.
So what was the light on the dashboard?
Overheating.
And what was the repair? Nope.
Overheating.
Do you want me to? Nope. Do you want me to make that sound again?
Battery light.
Kevin got the first half right. The battery light turned on my dashboard.
Yeah.
What failure was the car warning me about?
Wow. The noise.
Were the terminals corroded?
What was the noise about?
Maybe it was his dog in the back seat.
No, what was it?
You want me to tell you?
Yeah.
It had to do with the belt.
Nope.
On the alternator. Okay.
Oh, you're right. You're almost there. The alternator failed.
Yep.
And one of the modes of failure is they make a turbocharger sound.
Because
very
they
quiet turbocharger.
Because they keep spinning on the inside?
It locks in.
Yeah, I don't know, but that would be up to Kevin to tell us what actually broke inside my alternator. But you guys got it. Both of you did.
Well, I didn't get. I just said I didn't. I said the what did I say? Overheating. I thought, but
overheating.
Yeah, I was just trying to make you feel
I was
better.
going to go there first, so yeah. Thanks.
Anyway,
for taking
Cole,
it.
what's the next one?
Oh, Kevin, there is a service that Toyota recommends called induction service. Are you familiar with that? And is that something that's
A
valuable?
lot of them do it now.
Yeah, it cleans.
Go ahead.
It cleans. Yeah, it cleans the upper intake and the valves and everything. Yeah, it's very, very beneficial. Yeah.
Will it also clean the valve body without me having to disassemble the air intake system to clean the valve body? Because it all gets kind of like sucked right into it through
Well,
the
yeah,
intake,
it cleans
right?
what they call the upper intake and the throttle body. And everything,
Especially if you do
But
it
it's very,
regularly from the beginning. And
Yep.
BGP is
You guys do
wait.
that?
BG products, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Do you
Tom.
do this service at
Absolutely.
Sheridan Auto Tech?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can buy
Recommend it every
BG, can't you,
60,000.
Kevin, and do it yourself or not?
Yes, anywhere. Napa sells it. A lot of places sell it.
All right, I'm Tom Martino. Thank you, guys. Deputy D, Deputy Doc, Deputy Kevin. I'm making you an honorary deputy. Save all your problems for me.
Follow. You're clear.
At
See ya.
Tino.